Need a company you can trust.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
While serving in Vietnam, a grenade took my ability to see. Today, I'm a sculptor. Now, my fingers are my eyes. I'm Michael Naranjo. As a veteran, I know the challenges of life can be great. In my art, turning a lump of clay into something beautiful, that is worth doing. Life is like that. We each must use what we can to make things better.
DAV helps veterans like Michael get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year in life-changing ways.
Now, I show others how they can create something with their own hands. I know it can do a lot of good. With support from DAV, more veterans can shape their lives into a thing of beauty. My victory is bringing beauty into the world.
Michael Naranjo, may your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars, Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. This is the Fans Game Day Scoreboard.
This game day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Ryan Baker. It's been 25 days since we've seen Ohio State play football, but the wait is over as the Buckeyes take on Miami in the Cotton Bowl tonight at 7:30. Ryan Day will be handling the play calling duties, but Julian Sayin says nothing's really changed.
Yeah, I don't think it's affected me too much. He's obviously very involved in the offense before, and he's very involved in the quarterback room. So just we have a ton of trust in all of our coaches, and I think it's just it's been great.
Iowa leading Vanderbilt 14-3 early in the second half of the ReliaQuest Bowl in West Lafayette. The Ohio State women's basketball team leads Purdue 74-45 late in that one, and the Blue Jackets hosting the New Jersey Devils at Nationwide at 7.
Baby, it's officially football time. This is the KeyBank Pregame Show, getting you ready for all things scarlet and gray.
Leonard sails that middle of the field where it's caught by Greathouse. He's tackled at the 40, tackled by Jordan Hancock and Ohio State. National champion.
Here's DeVere Posey, Dane Sonsenbacher, and Matty Ice.
Welcome in, Buckeye Nation. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show. I'm Matty Ice, and the gang is back together. It's been way too long in the building today. DeVere Posey, Dane Sanzenbacher, two former Buckeye wide receivers. Fellas, it's been a minute. Happy game day. Happy New Year's Eve. Happy Stranger Things finale if you celebrate that in your household.
Yeah, what's up with that? I saw people walking around with a bunch of Stranger Things yesterday.
Yeah, I got a Stranger Things hat on right now as we speak. Yeah. I'm a little nervous about the finale tonight. It's
2 hours.
Yeah, man, we really got to lock in. So it's a lot. It's a lot going on, man. How you guys been? How's the holiday season been?
That's exciting, jam-packed filled with youth sports, and just when they're home all the time, it's just a lot. It's a lot.
How much plastic did you get?
We kept the plastic to a minimum. But it turned out good for them in terms of like share gifts and what they wanted. Grandparents.
Yeah, Devere and I were talking. What was that? That could have been our last show. Man, we haven't done this for a while. This reminds me of like the old before Big Ten championship days when you played Michigan and it was like a month and a half until you played on like January 8th in some bowl. That's what this feels like. But yeah, we were talking about like Christmas coming up. What's going to happen? And you were just like, your kids are just about to get so much plastic from everybody. And it happened.
It happened there?
Yeah, but most of it was cool. It was a lot of trains, so they're usable.
Okay. Yeah, and they just pile up. They pile up. Over the years when they're done, like Toy Story really happens. They forget about the toys, and then it's just a pile of plastic.
That's speaking of Toy Story. I told you I'm going to Disney tomorrow. Oh. And Toy Story is going to be a main stop for us. Okay. Yeah, my little man loves Toy Story right now.
So you're a Buzz Lightyear guy, Woody guy.
Oh, I'm Woody.
You're a Woody guy.
He's Buzz.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
and that's what we were for Halloween, and I'm going to try to call him Buzz until I want to make it all the way to high school, still calling him Buzz. It's like our little thing.
Yep.
Loves all the Toy Stories, but I actually got to watch it. It was a great breakthrough. He's turning 3 this month. When you got to a point where you could actually watch movies that you both enjoy, it's been amazing. So I like steer him toward those, and I've watched all the Toy Stories now.
How many are there?
There's 4.
5 is good. 4.
5's coming out or already came out?
I'm sorry, 4 is good.
4 is good.
4 is good.
A new one releasing this year.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, in a couple months.
Yeah.
But I only really remembered in parts, but now I've got them down, and I've seen kind of the whole story. It's really good, man.
Yeah.
Toy Story did it right.
Yeah, they did. It's a good series.
So yeah, they do. You're right. Andy does forget about the toys, but there's still a good character arc to this.
Okay, good. I'm glad you guys had a good holiday season. I mentioned to Dane before we came in here, I said I may owe you an apology. I'm not sure if I do or not. Because on one of the shows, with AR and I and TLC, John Gruden came up. And I can't remember why he came up. Maybe it was part of the Michigan stuff that maybe he was a name they'd be interested in bringing up to Ann Arbor. And I said, I can't remember exactly who the guy was, but I remember Gruden loving one guy's name when he played in the league.
Yep.
And people were coming after me and saying, how do you not know that was Dane? That it was Dane. But here's the thing. I remember the game being in Atlanta, and I said, I swear it involved the Cincinnati Bengals. And so I think I may owe Dane an apology because I should have remembered that was you, and then we played the clip on the show. So do you feel like, as my boy, that I owe you an apology for not remembering that was you that Gruden was loving?
No.
Okay.
No, I actually think that makes us – that's a good thing for us because that doesn't put you on like – you didn't remember me like fan level remembering me.
That's good.
Like our relationship started when we actually met, and that's just a fun coincidence.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people do put the name together from Gruden. He really
he was going in with the Suns and Buckeye.
He caught us in like
he loved it.
Yeah, he did the quarterback camp with Terrell. That was the first time he did it, and then he got me in 2 preseason games, I think. And that one I had a punt return, humble brag. And that's why he was.
He had a pick that game too.
Pick in that game?
Didn't you have a pick too?
In my NFL career, I did, not in that one.
Yeah.
That was in a regular season game.
Gotta always remember those random facts.
Yeah.
Because that's...
No, I remember random facts too. Your middle name is Stewart.
Oh, that's on the radio, man.
So... That's a thing.
That was on the radio.
Said that into a hot mic.
Yeah.
Is this thing on? Oh, we started?
Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Yeah. And so I mean, you guys mentioned the break. Like, it's been a while for these guys, right? And this is opposite of what happened last year. They had the chance to get going right away at home against Tennessee. Now, here you are with the break, away from, obviously, your own venue. I heard Mike and Tim and Nicole talking about it. Would you guys want to see all these games leading up to the national championship being at the home site? at home sites, or do you like kind of where we are with the quarters, semis, and then the Natty being away from home venues?
I've heard arguments for both. I was, if you'd asked me last year, especially after the Tennessee game, or even after the season last year, I was like, yeah, as many home games as you can. Like, this is really cool. The problem I think you get, like the pushback to that, which I can understand, is college more than anywhere, and maybe it's an incentive, but college more than anywhere, home field advantage is a big thing. Like the NFL, it's big, but it's not like college can be a detrimentally harder to play at a certain place. So I think if you're trying to get like, hey, we want this to be like a true talent tournament matchup, we can do first round there. We'll give you your home field advantage first, and then we'll go ahead and go to the neutral sites. I would like to see more of them. I mean, if you expanded, maybe you get rid of the bye and just do all the first round games on campus, because that's one of the most interesting things I'm looking forward to about this weekend is like last year, anybody who got a bye lost. So it's like, I'm interested to see, is that going to be a continued trend? It is hard to have that layoff. And it's one thing like when you're playing a bowl game, like, a decade ago when your opponent also took that break. But the difference here is you're playing a team that played last week. It's like there's some rhythm to that. That's a real thing in college, and a lot of these teams. They weren't
in too much rhythm though. The rhythm was kind of like that Texas A&M Miami game. It was.
Well, I mean, I should say they got tackled for real.
Yeah, they had some pads.
They got tackled for real, and a lot of these teams and matchups, like you're not going to have a half to get warmed up. Like a lot of these matchups, if you are not ready and you put yourself behind, like a lot of these teams did, like Alabama did in their first round game, you're not going to have time to come back in this particular round. So, yeah, I don't know. The campus games are awesome, but I see the argument to not have them. Obviously, money's always going to be the decider there, but either way.
What do you think, Depot?
Yeah, no, I think neutral sites from a competitive standpoint, like Dane is highlighting, it's the reason for this. But I do, from a fan's perspective, it is unnecessary expense-wise for bowl game trips. I mean, like you think about the run we did last year. I know a lady who went to all of the games, and she was just like, I'm packing my bag for this last one, and she
was just broke.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it was such an unexpected expense because we had a home playoff game all the way to Natty, the longest route possible. Well, if we'd have had a Big Ten game, then it would have been even longer. So you think about this year, and it kind of evens out because we got the first round bye, but we had the Big Ten game. But it's the same amount of travel all the way to the national championship, and you just wonder, like, who's really winning here? Like, is it really about a neutral site or?
No. I was towing the company line, man.
Yeah,
it's about what Dane mentioned. It's about the core.
You be the realist. I'll be the neutral site. You can be like, no.
Bad cop on every subject.
Well, but I mean, you hear it a lot more now that we see behind the curtain more in these last 2 years than any other, like where the money flows that people have been forced to explain. And in the powers that be mention these strong relationships with bowls so often, like our long relationship with the Cotton Bowl and the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl in growing the game and the Fiesta Bowl. There's a lot more invested in these things than I think we realize. To just get rid of them, could you move them? Maybe. Could you? I mean, there's things you could do. I think, the on campus in a world where you were like, okay, what if we got rid of that home field advantage for the playoff, get all the way through, and then we'll play the championship at a neutral site. I would be down for that too. But I think you got to, with all this, you got to kind of deal with where we're at.
I agree.
What's realistic with where we're at and everything that's moving. I think you're definitely going to have those bowls worked into this championship round.
No doubt about it. Big one tonight, obviously, down there in Dallas. But before we get to that, we're going to look back and get the guys' thoughts on the Big Ten championship game when they went over to Indy and took an unfortunate loss to the Hoosiers. How do the guys think they'll bounce back? What do they want to see them clean up going into the game tonight? We'll talk about it next. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
We're the girthiest radio station in the history of radio. Uncomfortably girthy. This promo is uncomfortable. The Fan, Ohio's girth destination.
We're back to football talk, but before we kick off, a quick thanks to Bob and the team at Worthington Jewelers.
Thanks, Common Man. Whether it's game day or every day, we're here to help you celebrate life's biggest moments.
Worthington Jewelers, your hometown jeweler.
What he said.
Toyota-thon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new Toyota.
like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through January 5th, you can get 4.75 APR financing on any remaining new 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander, including hybrid models, with approved credit through TFS. Plus, you get Toyota Care 2 years, no-cost maintenance. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to the KeyBank Financial Playbook with Jeremiah Smith.
This play is called the rainy day out because everyone needs an emergency fund for a rainy day.
Jeremiah fakes left, past impulse buys and subscriptions, then gains 3 to 6 months' expenses right into the rainy day fund. What a gain!
That's money in the bank.
Poetry in motion, JJ. Until next time, KeyBank opens doors.
KeyBank, member FDIC.
We're back to football talk, but before we kick off, a quick thanks to Bob and the team at Worthington Jewelers.
Thanks, Common Man. Whether it's game day or every day, we're here to help you celebrate life's biggest moments.
Worthington Jewelers, your hometown jeweler.
What he said.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team. The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call the Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Hi, this is Martina McBride. With online news, social media, and texting available 24/7, the world seems to be spinning faster and faster every day. And it can be overwhelming. Sometimes we just need to unplug and take a break from our electronic devices. It can help reduce stress and allow us to reflect on the things that are really important in our lives.
This message brought to you courtesy of the United States Air Force.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Love football, love wings? Put those bad boys together and you get Austin and Byrne live at Roosters.
Presented by Bryant Heating and Cooling.
Large amounts of football and all the donkey sauce you can handle. Mondays on the Fan's YouTube channel. Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Happy New Year's Eve and go Bucks. We're going to see temperatures today get right around freezing, but with gusty winds, it'll feel even colder than that. We will see snow develop later this evening, which could impact your New Year's Eve and Buckeye watch party plans, so safe travels. We will see that snow eventually taper off overnight, turning cloudy with lows in the teens. For the Fan, I'm meteorologist Meredith Garfalo with the 10 Weather Impact Forecast.
You're listening to the KeyBank Pregame Show, the only way to get ready for a Buckeye game. Your home for Ohio State Athletics, the Fan.
Welcome back in. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show. Matty Ice, DeVere Posey, Dane Sanzenbacher. Getting you ready for Hurricanes and Buckeyes down there in Dallas. 7:30 kick. We'll have more coverage for you right after we get done. 4 to 6, it'll be AR, Dave Biddle, former Buckeye Joshua Perry. So we got coverage all day right here on the Fan. So do not move. Fellas, what's kind of odd is, last year, last game of the regular season, for Ohio State, final score of that one, 13-10. They're on the losing side. And last time we saw Ohio State this year in the Big Ten championship game, they lose to Indiana. Final score of that one was 13-10. So let's go back to that game a little bit before we move forward and get into all things Buckeyes and Hurricanes. DeVere, I want to start with you. Coming out of that game, coming out of the Big Ten championship game, loss, what's kind of been sticking with you as far as why things went wrong and some things you want to see them get corrected before tonight?
I felt like it was the first time we were able to see Julian Sang get pressured and how we were able to handle that as an offense. Not to say they had equal talent, but Indiana is a good football team, and they play good defense, right. and they had a great game plan. And it reminded me more of than the Michigan game when we went to Indiana and Matt Guerrieri kind of used this game plan on Marvin Harrison. It was a season opener, and it was Marvin Harrison's, I think, Biletnikoff year. And they were just able to kind of give us a shell and just kind of stagnate us and get to our quarterback and disrupt Kyle McCord at that time. And it was like, man, they're using the same game plan here a little bit. And when we saw our playmakers not being at full strength, I sort of look at it as like, hey, bottom line, chop it down to we didn't execute our best today. And this team was good enough to get us on a day we didn't execute our best. So I walked away from that championship game kind of like we were talking about Stranger Things, a little bit in the upside down.
Yeah, felt that way.
Yep, and kind of feeling like, hey, like, well, what's happening? And when you look at that week, what really sticks out outside of the field, it was like the most distractions I thought we had leading up to that game. Even down to the Legend Bay stuff, the Chris Henry stuff, right? You go there, and then you have, Hardline, having a great opportunity for himself, and just kind of feeling through that with the biggest game of the year looming. Also throw in the Heisman, right? And like that's weighted on there. And then Jeremiah doesn't win the Blitnikoff, and so we're all kind of everywhere, media publications, looking at different things, and it really wasn't about the X's and O's. And I thought for the first time, probably since Michigan last year, we had a lot of distractions piling up within the week of prep.
Dane, what'd you think, man?
Yeah, there was a lot going on. I think you caught a perfect storm, too, of DeVere touched on it. This wasn't a team that you could you just show up and beat. This was an Indiana team that can catch anybody in the country right now.
Yeah.
You can't sleepwalk through it, and you caught one on the Ohio State side, and they won't use them as an excuses, but you're coming off the most emotionally high game of the year. You've got all this other stuff going on. You can see the picture of this is a long haul, and like, what are the stakes of this game? Now, you still need to win it, but it's not a need to win. This is just like a nice to win. And juxtapose that with a team that has, I don't want to say just as much talent, but I shouldn't say talent, as a team is playing as well as anybody in the country, and with a program milestone game that is hanging over, like, of importance, that is this game. Mm-hmm. So they're coming in there. They bring the fan base, like, this game means a ton to this team, as it should, rightfully so, with the firepower, and their defense showed up. So, I mean, I think if you're looking at the outside stuff, none of that was really leaning in Ohio State's favor. On the field, you didn't score enough points. I mean, you can't win with 10 points. And that's what it is. And I think there was like the offense needed a little rhythm. I think it's credit to Indiana. They disrupted, especially in the second half. I thought in the first.
Impressed by that game, and you watching. I'm not saying this like you watch Indiana, but like you consume a lot more Indiana football than a lot of more people in the Central Ohio area.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
I do.
Do you feel like that was their best performance?
Yeah, one of them. But I think the scary thing about Indiana is that was, I went back and watched the Oregon game before this game, because I was like, what was going on there? Mm-hmm. And it looked very similar. This team has been so consistent. So like, where they do have the talent, but where they've been, and maybe it's just chalk it up to well coached, they're so consistent. It was that same level of thing that wasn't the Indiana team from last year. We're like, okay, get them on the ropes and you might blow this thing over. No, you're just going to have to beat this team by a little bit.
They got belief now, too.
I was going to say, they have the Heisman Trophy winners. That's the difference.
They have belief, too. And you mentioned in the game we're talking about, Mendoza made some key throws late, right? I mean, to your point, they didn't run away from Ohio State, but when they needed him to step up, he delivered, right, and really was dotting up some of those throws. You touched on it down there in the trenches. Wasn't a good day for the offensive line. We'll get into that with Miami and what they're bringing to the table. And then you mentioned 10 points, right? You had 4-12 on third down for Ohio State. You march down the field late in the third quarter, and in the fourth quarter, you don't get any points in the red zone. So they left a lot of meat on the bone. And then Brian Hartline admitted as such, it was a clunky week. How could it not be, right? You got one half of your mind down there in Florida, getting ready to start up that program. The other half of your mind here, and that half is kind of split with the game plan for Indiana and the whole Chris Henry and all the recruiting stuff. So, yes, look, nobody's really going to make a ton of excuses for Ohio State ever, and they shouldn't. And those guys didn't. But I think those are realistic, and you can wrap your mind around why the performance kind of looked the way it looked, while also giving credit to a really good team in Indiana.
Yeah, and I think I think that was the big takeaway. At least the feel I get from Ohio State fans is like, yeah, this was a good team. Like Indiana, this is a legit good team. I think Ohio State, like, nothing was alarming to the point of like, okay, you guys got blown off the field. Or how did you lose that game that you weren't supposed to? I mean, this was a 1-2 matchup for a reason. And you can't, like, you're inside the 10 or your own 15 twice and come away with 0 points. No field goals, on your knees down on the sneak. You lose it there. You can't hold them down there. There's a lot of things piling up that you can't do in a 1-2 matchup. But if you're going to say, like, okay, we roll through an undefeated season, had a great year, beat Michigan, and lose in the Big Ten championship by 3. Yeah, we are within our right to pick at that, but it's not the worst place to be going into the playoff.
And then also, I was at the game, because I didn't get to do the show, and so it's no Kurt Herbstreit.
Oh, you were here?
Yeah, right. So I'm sitting there like, oh man, Ryan Day's calling the plays, and not really having the prep of being in here and kind of thinking about that, watching the game, that, hey, Hartline's busy, he's calling the plays. And so for me, I'm looking at, okay, our season low in terms of Ryan Day calling the plays. And you just wonder if short week prep, obviously with this time frame, we saw, I think it was the Georgia prep. He had Michigan, and we kind of felt like the game plan, everybody didn't kind of like some third down calls. I think it was Emeka Egbuka and during that time frame. And then he came out with this great game plan going into Georgia. And I just thought, like, wow, like, look at him getting a chance to be able to prep. And so I'm wondering, hey, is this Indiana game part of that decision? And then kind of like these looming interviews and these looming talk about, hey, Hartline has to kind of take that step back. And
that kind of trickled out late, though, because I know Javier texted me during the game. I hadn't noticed it as much.
Right.
But he was like, hey, what are you watching this? I think Day's calling the plays here. And I don't know if they've talked about it or they've admitted who was, or they were sharing duty. I'm sure on some level, because it was such a clunky week, it was all hands on deck to call plays here.
Right, yeah.
But as I'm watching it in the second half, I'm like, yeah, he's pretty invested in these plays on a play-by-play basis, and you hadn't seen it. So I'm not saying it was a difference. It was a change. There was clearly the offense wasn't as clicky, and play calling, like anything else, it was maybe even more. It's rhythm.
It's rhythmatic.
Yeah.
And honestly, and I know it's like a collective all week. Like, I want to be clear. Like, we're not saying that one person is in a room and it's like, hey, I got the magic sauce and, I'm going to call it the secret codes on game. No, like, everybody has putting ideas on a whiteboard, but like decision time, third down situational, like one person kind of has to make that call.
So in all, it is by. It's weird. There's a lot of it in my experience. There's a lot of unspoken too. Like when you say like, okay, on to offensive coordinator. Yeah, but that means a lot of different things on any team. Like how plays get called from one team to the other is so different. Like how much did Tressel weigh into the play calling? Was he the offensive coordinator? Yeah. No. Did he know when to weigh in? But that like rhythm of knowing who it's on is something that's kind of understood. Well, when that gets shaken in the week of a game,
it's tough.
Now you're like, we only have 10 seconds to make this call. Yeah. Who is stepping into the headset and picking and calling the play on this third or fourth down? I'm not saying they ran into that because I don't know, but I know it is a delicate balance of it's a lot of feel. It's not like one guy has it and I call the plays, and then if I don't, somebody else calls it. Yeah. There's a lot of guys chirping on those headsets, and they know situationally when they need to chime in. So
let's get insight from you guys, for sure. And then there was some questionable stuff, too, where 4 and 17 aren't out there on the field, like Jeremiah and Carnell, and I know they were asked about that this week. So let's extend this conversation a little bit, because now we know Coach Day's taking over the play calling for this game. How is that going to impact Julian Sand? You'll hear from him next. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
The radio couldn't contain us, so we've taken over YouTube. Catch Morning Juice weekday mornings at 6 by searching 971 The Fan. Do it.
Drive through football season with style, comfort, and confidence. AR here and my friend Rich Newsom and his team at Germain Honda of Dublin have more than 500 new and pre-owned cars to choose from, and the best service team in town on Sawmill Road, just south of 270, and GermainHondaofDublin.com.
Hey Columbus, it's Lorenzo Stiles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. Football runs deep in my family. My dad played here, and now my brother and I are proud to carry on that tradition. At Monogram Homes, family matters too. They treat every homeowner like one of their own, building with care, precision, and pride. Monogram doesn't just build houses, they build homes, crafted just for you. So whether you're starting your first home or designing your dream space, Monogram Homes has got your back every step of the way. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
Welcome back to the KeyBank Financial Playbook with Jeremiah Smith.
With this next play, practice managing your finances right from the KeyBank mobile app. I'm talking about the mobile banking post.
Jeremiah heads clear up the middle with 24/7 account access. Into the option to transfer funds, set alerts, or make check deposits.
Now that's a touchdown for your finances.
Until next time, KeyBank opens doors.
KeyBank, member FDIC.
Drive through football season with style, comfort, and confidence. AR here and my friend Rich Newsom and his team at Germain Honda of Dublin have more than 500 new and pre-owned cars to choose from. And the best service team in town on Sawmill Road, just south of 270 and GermainHondaofDublin.com.
People don't realize that glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness.
Because there are often no early symptoms, nearly half of those with glaucoma may not even know they have it until vision loss has occurred.
I was diagnosed with normal tension glaucoma in July of 2020. And what we found out at that point was I had already lost 40% of my sight. You think it only affects people that are, 75 or older, retired, grandparents, and that's not the reality of it.
I didn't think at all glaucoma was going to affect me because I didn't know of anyone that had glaucoma, no one in my family. When you have glaucoma, you can't get back that sight that you lost. And so early detection and treatment is vitally, vitally important.
Don't miss life's most beautiful moments. Schedule an eye exam today.
National Glaucoma Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Learn how to protect your sight at stopglaucoma.org.
This is Clark Kellogg. Holiday Hoopla started in 2024 as a 34-team, 18-game high school basketball showcase. This year, it's a basketball festival featuring 43 boys and 20 girls high school teams, over 100 middle school and youth games playing on 6 courts simultaneously. Join us at Holiday Hoopla December 20th through the 22nd, hosted by Bleacher Republic at the Greater Columbus Convention Center in Exhibit Hall B. For Holiday Hoopla game times and tickets, visit holidayhooplaohio.com.
Join Rothman and Ice every Thursday at 2:30 for Gold Jacket Thursday.
Presented by the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
A new Hall of Famer joins the show every week, but not OJ because he's dead and probably a murderer. The Fan. This is the Fan's Game Day Scoreboard.
This Game Day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
And I'm Cole Bartimus. We are counting down to 7:30. That is when number 2 Ohio State will take on number 10 Miami in the Cotton Bowl. Because of this, we got an interesting lineup today. 2 to 4, that is the Fan Pregame Show. That's what we got going on right now. After us, 4 to 6 is the Fan Tailgate Show. That's with Rothman, Dave Biddle, and Joshua Perry. And from 6 to 7:30, that's when Paul and Jim will give you their pregame coverage. At 7:30, football is played. A couple bowl games happening right now. Number 23, Iowa, they have a 24-10 lead over number 14, Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Also going on right now, we are in the first quarter of the Sun Bowl. Arizona State 7, Duke 7. And tomorrow we only have 3 games, but they are all playoff bouts. We got Oregon, Texas Tech, Indiana, Alabama, and Georgia, Ole Miss.
The only way to do game day. This is the KeyBank Pregame Show, getting you ready for all things scarlet and gray. Your home of the Buckeyes, the Fan. It's time to find out what they're saying.
All right, welcome back in. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show. DeVere Posey, Dane Sanzabacher in the house. I'm Matty Ice, Buckeye Nation. Thanks for joining us. Happy New Year's Eve. Before we hear from Julian Sam, what did you guys think of where Julian finished in the Heisman race this year, finishing 4th? Because going into the Big Ten Championship game, there was conversations of, look, this is, going to kind of determine the winner, and then the guy that loses the game ends up finishing 4th. I thought that was a little odd. What did you guys think?
I'm okay with the reality that Julian Sand finished 4th and Jeremiah Smith didn't win the Heisman. I mean, the Biletnikoff. I think as sophomores, you look at where these guys are, national championship already under their belt, Heisman, finalists and like all of these categories. We have these guys one more year. We have them motivated. And then just where they could be tonight and how this playoff picture finishes, we go win another national championship. I think they have an opportunity to rewrite history, in terms of what greatness means at Ohio State, receiver-wise and quarterback-wise, duo-wise. And it wasn't the year for him, right? And as a first-year player as a young guy, as a first-year starter. I mean, everybody else was up there was like a grown man going into the league. I mean, and Julian is
Pavia, Jeremiah Love, and then Fernando. Yeah, those are the top three.
Some of those guys have been to 2 schools already, you know.
What was the order? Who was 2?
I believe it was Pavia, and then it went Jeremiah Love. I believe that was the correct order. And then Julian came in 4th. It was odd for me, honestly. Like, I thought Julian was going to finish 2nd. I really did.
Yeah, and getting to know college football players and household names, like next year, Julian Sand will be the name, right? Him and Archie Manning, and they'll probably be up there again. And so his track is a little different, yeah.
Yeah, on that level, I'm not. This was a pleasant surprise to have Julian in a position to even do that this year. So I don't even think like this is like a. Maybe it was one of those situations where I know a lot of people did cast their votes early before that game, but it could have been like kind of winner takes all type thing with the voting after that Big Ten championship. And if you're looking at the voting that way, if you wanted Pavia, you already voted for him. Like if you were voting Jeremiah Love, you probably already did.
You shouldn't be voting before that game.
But people do.
Right?
People do, right?
I would get my vote off.
They do, but
I
you
would get my vote off before that game.
You would?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think it's like regular season. I would like.
You should know what you need to know by then.
Seal it at regular season.
I think when you had in this scenario 1 versus 2, the 2 best teams in the country, and I think it was really close, at least numbers wise, going into that game, I would have waited. I think you need every bit of evidence you can get.
But with the gap of the Heisman voting, even if Ohio State wins, I still think Julian comes in 4th.
No, I think he wins the Heisman. If he plays well and Ohio State wins, I think he would have won it.
I don't know if that win would have had that much weight on
taking out Indiana and he plays well. I think that would have done it, Depot.
I don't know. Maybe it was a media creation, but then again, the Heisman is a media-driven thing.
And it's regionalized, too. To your point about Pavia, you got all the SEC voters down there. So it's nothing. Like Dane said, I think that's the most important thing.
And there's a piece of it that is story, too. And objectively, Julian had the least story to his thing. To his pitch. Yes, it's cool that he's on a great team, but like anymore, there's more of a twist to it. How the voting shook out, I could totally see how like a bunch of people are watching it. It was clear after that game was over, if you had a vote, okay, you were going to give it to Mendoza. Not that Julian played bad, but you're like, okay, this had all the markings of Heisman moment. You led your team, what it meant for the school, and then all those go to him, and then Julian's just left with the remainder. Yeah. But on another level, it's like Mendoza had the
Oregon win. Penn State drive.
Even though the Penn State drive was one they shouldn't have been in, had it, and people like to see it.
Yep.
They had a great season and an all-time program season.
He earned the heck out of it.
Pavia also all-time
Cinderella
program season, and really like is he as talented? But it's never really been that. Like what he did is a great story to like put all the programs he was with. Where was he at? New Mexico before that? Yeah. Did the same thing there though. So it's like dude is an all-time college player. Diego Pavia, like him or hate him, most people don't. But but it's like it is what it is. And then Jeremiah Love and Julian Sand it's not the coolest. We're in Columbus, so we're rooting for him. But it always feels like there's that piece to the Heisman that it's got to feel right.
I think
it's got to like feel right.
And I don't know if him winning that game would have been heavy enough to sell the story. Like just to sell the story.
But I don't think it was about story though. I think at that point it was just about ball. I think Julian would have earned it as the high. I think
Pavia probably wins if Ohio State wins that game.
Really?
Because I think you take enough away from, or maybe even Jeremiah.
I think you guys are kind of not underestimating what Julian did, because obviously you guys know how good he was this year, but the team that's number 1 in the country, they go undefeated, beat their rival, win the Big Ten championship game, take out number 2. That to me is he has the numbers to support it too. Leads the country in completion percentage, has 5 interceptions on the year. Like I don't know how is that not the Heisman winner when Pavia's team lost 3 games this year? Like to me, I would have felt bad giving it to Pavia over Julian if I were a voter. If they would have won the Big Ten championship game.
I just feel like the season, the body of work, like Dane's talking about Penn State, the Oregon game, it being Indiana's, most winnings,
You guys are talking about emotional ties.
No, I'm
on the heart that led to the vote.
No, I'm saying the Heisman Trophy winner, regardless, normally in the back when we played and how traditional bowl games calendars fell, the season was sealed, and in most conference games, really didn't have an effect on the Heisman Trophy at all. And so if I look at it like sealed the season, I don't think that game. I think in our mind as Ohio State, we're trying to like propose that this game was for the Heisman for Julian in terms of our Heisman campain for him. But I think
that was the narrative, though. It wasn't just a Columbus thing.
It has anymore. Like it has become on some level like it's the quarterback on the best team is usually your Heisman front runner, and that would have been if they beat Indiana. That would have been the quarterback on the best team. But we also know like the term Heisman moment is its own term for a reason, that it's like it sticks with enough people on a national spotlight. And could you name Julian's for me?
That's what I'm saying.
That's not fair.
Maybe
but I'm saying like
the Michigan game, but
it
wasn't
absolutely.
It wasn't a weighty enough win. It was weighty and like for us from the last 4 years.
I disagree with how he started the game. He threw a pick and the way he came back in that game. Like that was on the road. Like that's for real.
I get what I'm saying. Like from the a standpoint of like a BCS standpoint. Like it's not weighty numbers wise where they were ranked, but from it was the most viewed game this season. I think it was like 15 million people. Yes, a lot of eyes were on this game, but it wasn't 5 versus 1 or 6 versus 1.
But there is an interesting piece to it though, and you don't want to. I don't know how much it would be, but take personality into account. If Julian had Pavia personality, and same numbers.
Yeah.
Probably launches him.
Yeah.
Probably launches.
But you guys are bringing up stuff to me that shouldn't matter. Like now we're talking about the stuff that's not on the field.
I agree, but doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know.
To your point, we see this in other sports when it comes to award. There is narratives created in all seasons, right, around certain guys that have been close to winning. Like when Joel Embiid won his MVP in the NBA, he was kind of the not sympathetic MVP, but because he handled his business. But there was a lot of it's his time, like he's due.
Well, who won
for
last
the MVP,
year?
Right?
Who won it last year?
Travis Hunter.
Right, and Colorado wasn't that good.
Yep.
He was impressive, but then who was he playing? Why Ashton Genty had you?
Ashton Genty.
That was my guy.
He had like 8,000 yards rushing or something. Like that could, by the numbers on the field, that could have been it. But Travis Hunter was such a spectacle, and with that media machine behind it, it's like, now they weren't even in the playoff. They were in nothing burger games. Yeah. And making a lot of plays, and Travis Hunter's a great player.
And he did win the Biletnikoff. He balled. Like he earned it.
Yeah.
I thought with what he did, especially on offense.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a piece of it that it's got to it has to be. It seems like at least it feels like you can recall like who was the Heisman that year, and you can get there. Yeah. For the most part, you can get there with like, oh yeah, who won it that year, because they have moments that are like burnt into your brain.
Go ahead, Devo.
And Indiana's best college football season is burnt in everybody's brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm glad I brought that up because I didn't know where you guys stood on that, but I think
I don't know where I stand on it even after that.
I just think I think there's just so many things that you can look at as a voter that can lean you one way or the other. Yeah. And I think we all got different views on it, and I think that's kind of what the voters did as well. But regardless, Mendoza, I mean, the dude was special, man, all year long. We laid out the moments. He balled out and had some big time throws in the Big Ten championship game. You will hear from Julian saying next about the difference in the play calling and Coach Day now taking over the play calling. You'll also hear on him about, just the Indiana loss and maybe how that's added some more fuel to his fire. We'll do that next on our One Tough Animal segment. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
If you've recently seen a photo of an older Baker Mayfield fresh off a bender, it's just Bo Bishop. Bishop and Friends.
Weekdays from 9 to noon.
The Fan.
Need help recovering from the holidays? Get a holiday loan from BMI Federal Credit Union and choose your amount from $1,000, $3,000, or $5,000 with low fixed rates and no application fees. Visit bmifcu.org/holiday loan for details.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 2.99 APR financing on remaining new 25 Tacomas. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter. Or lease a well-equipped 25 Tacoma SR5 for $259 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team.
The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call The Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Hey Columbus, it's Lorenzo Styles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. It's football season, and just like on the field, success starts with the right game plan and the right team. That's why I'm proud to team up with Monogram Homes. They're the true custom home builder, bringing precision, creativity, and attention to every detail, just like we do on Saturdays. If you're ready to build, don't settle for standard. Go custom. Go Monogram. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
BMI Federal Credit Union has been voted best credit union for the past 8 years in a row. With personalized service and excellent products, BMI FCU is ready to help with all your banking needs. Visit bmifcu.org to open an account today.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see, and I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
The Buckeyes are back in the playoffs, and the Fan and 10 TV are back with Chasing the Championship.
Sponsored by Logan Services.
Keep it locked on the Fan, 10 TV, and 10 TV Plus, your home of the Buckeyes. The Fan. All your favorite Fan shows are available when you want them.
Head to 971thefan.com and hit that subscribe button.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. The ultimate way to get ready for another Buckeye victory. You're listening to the KeyBank Pregame Show. Proud to be your flagship home of the Buckeyes. The Fan. The Fan's one tough animal.
All right, welcome back in. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show. Matty Ice, Dane Sansabacher, DeVere Posey. Happy game day, Buckeye Nation. We're finally back. Depot, you got a one tough animal? Who you rolling with? It could be, look, somebody from one of these bowl games, somebody from the entire season. You can do what you want, man. Who you got?
For me, I think I'm going to go with, when I think about this game, the fact that there are a lot of South Florida players playing in. I think it's over like 30 players from South Florida playing this game on both sides of the ball. I'll take our South Florida players over anybody on the field, though. And the one South Florida player out of all of these guys in their time was Mr. Football and Gatorade Player of the Year, and that was Brandon Ennis. And I think just the season that he's been having as a leader and a captain, obviously, you know, he shares the ball with Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith. But at some point, if you're Miami, you say, hey, you know, these guys, they can't beat us, and Brandon Ennis has to be that factor. And I think this is his game. This is the Brandon Ennis game that he's able to stamp it. Obviously, we love the things that he can do in traffic. And honestly, the way Miami plays, they give a lot. They're not man-pressing teams, so just like they play off. So, and with Jeremiah and Carnell, you're going to play off. So a lot of that underneath space, over routes, you know, think with the linebacker, seeing where we can play at. If we aren't in big coverage for blocking, I think Brandon Ennis has a big game. He's my X factor.
I like that call because there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on this Buckeye offensive line. We talked about the Big Ten championship game all season going into that game. That unit up front only allowed 6 sacks all season. 5 sacks from Indiana happened in four quarters of play in the Big Ten title game. So you're right. Like, you can get after that Miami secondary. You look at that SMU game, what Kevin Jennings was able to do with lesser weapons. If they can hold up, I think you're onto something. Those guys should be making some noise downfield. I'm going to the NFL for my one tough animal, and it's a former Buckeye because he's just been doing this all season long. I'm going Jackson Smith and Jigba. We're going into the last week of the regular season, and this man's leading the NFL in receiving yards, 1,709 yards, and he couldn't have timed it up any better. 10 touchdowns to go along with it. He's extension eligible this offseason.
What's the record, too, for the season? It's
As far as touchdowns, receiving yards.
Sorry, he has the franchise record this year for Seattle at 17, correct? And then he's pushing on the all-time list for best seasons, correct?
It would not surprise me if that's the case.
Yeah,
Because he's just been a model of consistency all year long, averaging 15 yards per catch this season. So he's going to get himself a huge bag this whole season, right? Because this is why they drafted him. Took him in the first round a couple years ago. Cleared the runway for this guy. He's taking full advantage of that. He and Sam Darnold have had some really, really good games all season and some really good chemistry. So I'm going JSN out there in Seattle, Dane, as my one tough animal for the year.
Yeah, when I read your breakdown, I thought we were doing X Factor in this spot because I was like, dude, we've got one tough animal. I don't know if I've seen a game in a long time.
We'll get the X Factor.
One tough animal for the year is what you did.
I remixed it a little bit. I remixed it a little bit.
Hey, we're getting back in the rhythm too. You know, this is like we didn't play. Ohio State can't afford to do what we're doing right now. We haven't played in a few weeks. We're still getting into the rhythm of things.
I'm not into any of these bowl games. I don't care. I want to see what Michigan looks like at the top of the hour here at 3, but all these other bowl games that have been going on, I'm good.
I'm kind of with you.
I'm good.
And that's why. But I think this will help lead us into what we want to talk about anyway in X factors and who needs to be tough animals. And you touched on a little bit already, but big challenge for the Ohio State offensive line. I mean, I think it's going to go through because multiple reasons. One, they've got to clean up whatever they needed to clean up from the Big Ten championship game. I think that was a main difference in that game was the amount of pressure that Julian Sain was feeling. Two, like in any of these games, any of these 4 games, you know how much, on any level, especially in college, a defensive line can just wreck a game. If you have dudes that are really good defensive line and they're having a day, it can turn a game. So, I mean, I think there's a lot going on and a lot of pressure on this Ohio State offensive line to play like tough animals. If tomorrow you're looking back in this game, you're going to have to say, if it was an Ohio State win, offensive line held up. It was better than I thought it was going to be. They gave him time. They made plays.
I'm so glad you brought it up in that way because we were talking about a similar thing this time last year. The narrative around the Tennessee game was similar to this. James Pierce, that defensive line, Ohio State coming into a game with, hey, moving Donovan Jackson out to left tackle. What is it going to look like? They got things in order on their way to a national championship. And so today, Gabe Van Sickle is going to be a guy I cannot wait to see how he holds up at the right guard spot because Messidor and Bain, these dudes are for real. These dudes are absolutely for real up front. Let's hear from Julian Sain. We touched on it earlier. You guys did a great breakdown of the play calling and what it means and how you have to have a rhythm as a play caller and all those things. Here is the QB1 on Coach Day taking over.
Yeah, I don't think it's affected me too much. He's obviously very involved in the offense before, and he's very involved in the quarterback room. So just we have a ton of trust in all of our coaches, and I think it's just it's been great.
You guys got trust that after a few weeks and Coach Day and obviously the whole offensive staff getting on the same page that it will look better. I know a lot is going to be locked in on what you just said, Dane, with the offensive line, but do you guys have the confidence in Coach Day to take over this thing and have it look better than what we saw in Indy?
We know he can do it. We know he can call plays. I mean, we've seen him have success. That's kind of how he cut his teeth and got where he is. I don't expect the players to notice a whole lot. And I think I've talked about this before and how little, a lot of times these locker rooms, the players are so dialed in on what you're trying to do that you don't even notice big changes happening. Like I can remember barely blinking an eye when we switched quarterbacks, like when we went from Beckman to Pryor, and people on the outside would be like, their minds are exploding. Like, what are you going to, and then you got questions about it. And I was like, my route didn't change at all. That play, I have the exact same job on that. So quarterback, a little bit different, but I think they're so locked in, they might not. I think the important thing, and one that we won't know, is how this change gels within the coaching staff. Like, how can everybody get on the same page, get on board with this, and then how that looks on the field, and making sure that if there's any riff here or there or it's a change, that doesn't trickle into the environment. Because I think something you did have last year going into the playoff, and you saw it at Tennessee and continue to roll, was a common chip on everybody's shoulder. Now, I don't want to say like you had to lose that Michigan game to make that run, but you at least had everybody had the same emotion. Everybody in the building shared that emotion. I don't think you want to get into a place where you're like, everything's getting pulled in different directions. People are thinking about other stuff. Somebody's not happy about this, and you just end up with a product that's like, what was that? Like, What are we doing there? That's what I think you need to avoid. We won't know until we start to see it on the field, but it's not really the players. They will be doing their jobs. I would hope that this staff is veteran enough and been together long enough that you can gel that you can be like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to be pros, and it's time to start our season number 2 and make a run at this thing.
Yeah, I think you think about the running back rotation, right? How Bo normally gets in, and then obviously the thing when I think about that in the goal line, we put other backs in, and then the rotation of receiver going on a deep route coming off the field. Those inner workings sometimes when coaches aren't there or present can be a little discombobulated. And I think watching that in the Big Ten game, you can kind of say, hey, like I even think I saw some plays where guys lined up on the wrong side of the field, and what you're saying is like we've had time to kind of clear this out, air this out, fix what we need to fix. We have a lot of work to do in preparation for a good Miami team, and you kind of get excited to go into bowl practice and get healthy. If you have like a lower body injury, I know from Carnell Tate and Jeremiah's perspective, you have that game almost serving the same purpose that Michigan served last year as, hey, like, we were a bit clunky, guys. Let's admit it. Let's turn on the film, and for the first time, we're coming off injuries and we gotta fix stuff. So we have 3 weeks to prepare. So I'm not really worried, or I don't think the players are. I think they're actually more excited that they were able to look at the film in a better perspective on, like, hey, guys, like, we actually probably aren't as good as we thought. And that's a healthy mindset going into the playoffs. I think just like being motivated and being able to in a place to want to prove it. And I don't know if you guys saw this heckling video with this fan that was like at Ohio State's practice and just kind of was like, "You guys lost to Indiana."
No, I didn't see that. Yeah,
it was pretty intense, man. And I know the guys are going to get going, man. They've been hearing it a lot over these past couple weeks.
I believe
it. It's worth noting, and it doesn't even have specifically to do with this game, but across the board, it's a shame that you get to this point in the season and at least 3 or 4 of the teams that are still in the playoff, this is the most important time of the year, are hobbled due to stuff that isn't even player related. Like, you've got shifts with coaching. You don't have. I don't think Oregon has either of their coordinators, or they're there, but they're already hired away somewhere else.
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss head coach is not even coaching them,
and they look good in their first game
in the playoff. It's like you would really wish that at this point, you did all this work in the season, that you got all these teams at full throttle. And I know it's just the way the calendar goes, and this talent is good. Like, these coaches are going to want to take interviews and take jobs, but it's just like, how are we actually going to know?
It's a lot of moving pieces.
Schools can't wait.
A lot of moving pieces.
I don't know the fix, but it is a shame that you're just like, okay, we did all this, and anybody's going to have an excuse now. I mean, you might not get everybody at full throttle clicking the way they were even in the regular season.
No doubt. Coming up top of the hour after an update, we're going down to Dallas. We're going to link up with the man that sits on the Iron Throne for 10 TV. He's Adam King. We'll see how healthy AK is feeling. Coming up next, this is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
Common man, radio veteran, has a large hemorrhoid. Timmy Hall, a good, clean boy, moonlights as man's hemorrhoid. Common man and Timmy.
Weekdays at 3.
The Fan.
Atlas Butler has convenient 2-hour service windows for heating, cooling, and plumbing service. Because nobody likes waiting around. You listen in BMB? Nobody likes waiting around.
Call 1-800-FURNACE. Toyota-thon is on. Wrap up the year with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get $3,000 customer cash on remaining new 25 Tundras. Or get 0.99 APR financing plus $1,000 TFS APR cash. With approved credit through TFS, excludes TRD Pro, APR cash must be applied to deal. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Columbus has trusted Atlas Butler for heating and cooling since 1921. They didn't start out doing plumbing because home plumbing wasn't really a thing yet. Yeah, they've been around a while.
Call 1-800-FURNACE.
What does it mean to give 100%? It means giving everything you've got, every single day. That's why the V Foundation gives 100% of every dollar donated directly to cancer research. So no matter what you give, we give 100% for life-saving research victories, 100% to making new discoveries that lead to innovative treatments, 100% to groundbreaking cancer research that could one day save someone you love. We know cancer research is working. Over the last 30 years, an estimated 4.5 million lives have been saved thanks to game-changing research breakthroughs. But there is more work to do. That's why the V Foundation gives 100% of every dollar donated directly to cancer research. We will always give 100% to accelerate victory over cancer.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Donate today at v.org.
I always tell people I was the luckiest guy in the world. I wanted to be an Army man or a fireman, and I got to do both. As a firefighter, my job was about saving lives. I never thought one day I would be fighting for mine.
After spending his career answering the call to save others, Ken was diagnosed with ALS. Now he's facing his biggest battle, for more time. For 70 years, Muscular Dystrophy Association has been answering the call to help people live longer and more independent lives.
MDA means to me hope.
MDA is leading the way for people living with ALS, muscular dystrophy, and other neuromuscular diseases by accelerating research, advancing care, and advocating to empower families like Ken's.
I wouldn't be living as good of a life with ALS if it wasn't for MDA. MDA is helping people live stronger and love longer. Learn more at mda.org today.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars, Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. This is the Fans Game Day Scoreboard.
This game day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
Happy New Year's Eve. I'm Jacob Reimer. The long wait is finally over. After a long 24 days off, the Ohio State football team returns to the gridiron, beginning their college football playoff against Miami in the Cotton Bowl. Kickoff tonight is at 7:30. Paul and Jim get their coverage started here on the Fan at 6 o'clock. Other bowl games going on right now. Iowa leads Vanderbilt 31-24 in the fourth quarter of the ReliaQuest Bowl. Arizona State and Duke are tied at 14 in the first quarter of the Sun Bowl. Starting here at 3 o'clock, Michigan takes on Texas in the Citrus Bowl, and Nebraska squares off with Utah in the Las Vegas Bowl. They get kicked off at 3:30. Breaking sports news when it happens on the Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
You're listening to the KeyBank Pregame Show. The only way to get ready for a Buckeye game. Your home for Ohio State athletics. The Fan.
Welcome back in. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show. Buckeye Nation, get you ready for Ohio State and Miami down there in Dallas. Buckeyes fellas been favored around kind of 10 points, 9.5 points, depending on where you look. So Vegas thinks this could be a bit of a comfortable day for the old Scarlet and Gray. We're going down to Dallas right now and linking up with the man that sits on the Iron Throne for 10 TV. He is Adam King, a Cave. Happy New Year's Eve. How are you feeling? We talked to you early in the week, and I know it was a little dicey. Is it fair to label you a game time decision right now?
Listen, I'm never a game time decision. I'm always full go. All right. You know, Monday was an anomaly. It'll never happen again. I can promise you that.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear from you.
Working.
Yeah.
You gotta take.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, I wanted to ask you. I know Dallas is our second largest Ohio State alumni base. Are you feeling the Buckeye love down there from all the Cowboy Buckeyes?
I will say there is a lot of Scarlet and Gray down here. It's been good to see, although I just went into a Walgreens and one guy was like, I haven't seen any Buckeye fans this whole time. It's been all Miami fans. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. Maybe this is the only place that they go, because everywhere else I've gone, it's been nothing but seeing Ohio State fans around here.
That will be the interesting thing to see in this one, because I think we don't know how the fan base is going to shake out. It's going to be different every year. How many guys travel down there? So that'll be one thing we're looking for. Aside from the environment, and we know it won't be a true home game for either, what are some of the biggest keys you're looking at? I know, Adam, you've been with the team a little bit. We haven't seen this team play. It feels like in forever. What are you hoping to see, or what's like a main key you're looking at in those first couple drives to know which Ohio State team we're getting?
I want to see the tempo. I want to see the pace at which Ohio State's offense comes out here and attacks. I think that is going to be very crucial to them walking away with a win here, is to kind of ramp it up to that level that we know they can. I have been a firm believer that with Ryan very much involved in the play calling throughout the year, I do think sometimes it can slow it down a little bit because you've got to get approval from 8 different people. Now it's all coming from Ryan. Everything comes right from Ryan Day, from his mouth to the quarterback's ears, and with Keenan Bailey involved. So that's going to allow you the opportunity to be able to move a little quicker on offense.
Love that. Love to be able to smooth that out offensively. Defensively, Mark Fletcher and Malachi Toney, they get to see 3 guys. The X factors are Arvell Reed, Sonny Styles, and Caleb Downs. How do you think those guys play into this? And is Carson Beck, he's always had this question, Adam, does he belong? And I know those 3 guys know they belong. How does this play out in your mind?
Well, I think Carson Beck is one of the most overrated college quarterbacks in a long time. So that'll tell you that. I think this is a guy that he has struggled to find himself. And when he does, he looks like, I like what Kenyatta Jackson said. When he has time in the pocket, he looks like a first-round pick. When he doesn't have time, he is erratic. He has issues, and it's constant. And I don't just see him getting the opportunity to settle back in there against this Ohio State team. I think it's going to be a long day for Carson Beck.
All right, AK. We know you got to rest up the voice. Go get you some hot tea, whatever you got to do. But before we let you go, man.
How does the voice sound?
It sounds better than it did earlier in the week. I will tell you that. It does sound better than it did earlier this week. Hey, before we let you go, where can the folks follow you around tonight? Where are you going to be on TV, socials, and all that good stuff?
6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. 10 TV, 10 TV Plus. Make sure you tune in. We're going to have live coverage from AT&T Stadium, getting you set. Social media, Adam King, 10 TV. I'll have you covered with all, make you feel like you're down on the sideline. And then right when that clock hits 0, flip it over to 10 TV. We're going to have you covered with the best Buckeye coverage. We're going to go all the way into the morning hours, getting interviews with Buckeyes, getting interviews with players after they win this game against Miami, 38-13.
Sounds good. Appreciate you, AK. Safe travels getting back, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Depot, you asked him about the Miami offense. Let's hear from Matt Patricia and how he's viewing the Hurricanes coming into this one.
There's a lot. I mean, the run game controls the game, and I think that comes from the head coach, and they've done a great job of really running the ball and controlling the game. You saw that against A&M. The quarterback and his decision-making, and certainly Tony. I mean, this guy's everywhere. He does everything. He can play quarterback if you need him to. He can run the ball downhill. He can catch the ball vertical, and he can, certainly horizontal stress you. So those are the key points of the game that we really got to do a good job with to start early.
He touched on Malachi Toney in that clip. This is a dude that reclassified. He's a year early, so he is supposed to be a senior in high school right now. And we've seen the impact all year of what he can do. Coach Patricia just touched on it. If they need him to throw a pass, he can do that. They need him to come out of the backfield, he can do that. He can line up in the slot. He's one of those quick, twitchy guys too, right? Like he's really got some real quick bounce to him when he gets the ball. And so that's going to be an interesting matchup there and where he lines up and finding him all the time. And I think that's where you kind of have to start for me, fellas, is identifying where he is snap in and snap out, because they're going to try to get the ball to him in a lot of creative ways.
And the thing about it is, I mean, you've seen in the NFL a lot of the great offensive minds and great receivers and pass catchers get followed, and for him it's different because he could play quarterback, he can line up at running back. I'm just really interested if we're going to put Caleb Downs on him, right? And just kind of have him follow him around and just be able to play off of responsibility and say, hey, because I've heard Matt Patricia refer to Caleb Downs as the eraser, and so just whatever you have drawing him defensively, you just got number 2. He kind of erases those problems from your page. And so I would love to see 2 erase him today.
Let me ask you this. The coverage skills, how difficult of a task do you think that will be for Caleb Downs based off of what you've seen him do?
I've only seen him get beat once, and that's from Xavier Worthy on a bomb that Quinn Ayers threw when Alabama played at Texas.
Okay.
And besides that, I haven't really seen anybody beat him up top. And it's just kind of crazy. Like that's the only play I have in my mind. And so I'll be surprised if it happens. Because that was the fastest guy in combine history.
He was electric. Electric.
There's always going to come a point in these games where you have to play man. You have to go like our athletes versus your athletes. I really like ours almost in any matchup on the defensive end, or on the defensive side of the ball. That is, I just think we touched on it earlier. a main point in this is like a lot of your problems get solved if you can disrupt Carson Beck. Like a lot of the problems get solved of like matchups or any of that if you just get that D-line or some kind of pressure in the backfield. Easier said than done, but once that happens, everything gets easier. It doesn't become like who's going to win on an island, Tony or Downs. It doesn't become that matchup because you don't really want to be in that point if you're Ohio State. You want to like have this thing set up. You don't have to be cute or clever, but like they've had a great game plan for every game thus far. They've been lights out all season. Continue to do that, dial up the heat, and your problems get easier if you've got Carson Beck a little bit back there shaky. So I think that's the key, regardless of how man-to-man we match up on the outside or any other one-on-one matchup, safety running back.
Let's hear from Patricia. Here he is, fellas, on his philosophy as a defensive coordinator.
For me, it was just kind of getting here and taking a look at the guys we have and saying, hey, what does this guy do well? What does this guy do well? And how can we put those guys in that position to play fast and aggressive? And that's all I really want them to do. I probably teach in a little bit of a different way. It's more conceptual so that the pieces can move around a little bit. But I think for the players, it was just I just want them to go play fast, play aggressive. And so I took a lot of time in the spring of studying. Before we did anything, it was just like, let me really study these guys and figure out, hey, if this guy can do this guy can do this, or we can move this guy in this piece over here. And they've just gravitated towards that. And like I said, we've just built the Buckeye defense. I think for me, it's really grown through the course of the year, and that's the fun part about it. It's a blank canvas, man. We go out there, hey, you got the calls, you guys go. I don't play, I'm awful. You don't want me out there. You guys go play, make things happen, and that's what they've been able to do.
Depot, what do you think of that?
I'm happy that I think this interview should be timestamped, put in a time capsule and like locked away for Ohio State football history, because for the first time I've heard a coordinator say, hey, like, I teach differently. I teach conceptually that the pieces can be interchangeable. I studied this guy these guys to understand what they could do skill-wise. Yeah. And so I kind of put this in concept-wise, and they can kind of interchange and you guys go play. And I think you mix that mindset and that concept of smart football players with their head on straight who are uber talented first-round picks with the experienced coordinator. You just don't have that much mixture of, defensive mindset and experience with potential and talent ever in Ohio State history. Like, I mean, I love a lot of our, Ohio State defensive coordinators from the past, but I don't know if, many of those guys got to play with this amount of talent in the back end. And so it's just like, it's kind of good to hear that, because I was wondering when you say blank canvas, because I've never seen a defense like this before. And I say it from like a standpoint of like truly like I've spent hours just watching film, man. And I think like you see different talented players. Like we played against,
You're watching film?
Bro, we put in a lot of film. Like you know what I'm saying? Like we've watched
I thought
film.
You were watching film.
I haven't watched film recently, but when I watch Ohio State, I watch a defense that I couldn't imagine as a player preparing for. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, listening to him talk, it sounds like too, this is something that would take a whole lot of experience, which Matt Patricia has, like a whole lot of experience and knowledge in defense to come in, and it's rare on the college level. Guys that have a defense have a style. They have a defense. Like, this is my defense, and I need to teach it.
Yep.
It sounds like he came in and said, like, I can kind of do whatever. Let me have guys do what they're good at. And then it's hard to pin down a defense like that, because you're just like, what do you say this defense is? What is their stronghold? If everybody's just doing what they're good at and you can find a way to make it mesh, well, then you don't have to play reaction to every different offense that comes to the table. You're just like, oh no, this is a scheme. I'm teaching how did he put it? Not theories, but I'm teaching concepts.
Concepts, yep.
And putting guys in spots where they do what they do well, and it's become what it looks like on the field after a full season is just like consistency, because you have guys doing what they're comfortable with and what they're good at consistently with different opponents, and it seems to work out. So I mean, it's cool to hear it, and I think we're in a lucky spot, and it's kind of like a rare place where he didn't come in and say like, hey, I'm going to install the Matt Patricia defense. He's like, all right, well, let's just let's get you guys doing what you're really good at and get out there and play, because we got some of the best athletes.
And you mentioned the players being comfortable too. I think for him, like not having to be a head coach anymore and worrying about all those like the things he had to go through in the NFL and all that. He's coming in every day, and it's just what he loves to do as a play caller on that side of the ball. And to your guys' point, that mentality with the talent that he has, this is why you're getting the product that they've had all year long. And I think all of us would be shocked if it goes the other way today. They've just thrown up brick walls time after time after time.
Well, I think that's what's going to happen today is Mark Fletcher, he's a zone runner, and you got guys like Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese who just fill zones, and Caleb Downs fill zones fast.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting.
Coming up next, it's our Behind Enemy Line segment. You will hear from Jordan McPherson, who caught up with the gang on Bishop and Friends. He covers the Miami Hurricanes. He'll have a breakdown of what they're bringing to the field tonight down there at the Cotton Bowl next. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
If you haven't thought about Buckeye football today, I'm sorry to tell you that you're dead. Our condolences. Your home of the Buckeyes, The Fan.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team. The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call the Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
When safety matters most, trust the team that never cuts corners. F.E. Moran delivers comprehensive fire protection solutions across Ohio, protecting lives, property, and peace of mind. From fire sprinklers and alarms to backflow prevention, security systems, and fire extinguisher services, F.E. Moran's nationwide team of experts uses the latest technology to keep you compliant and protected. With decades of trusted experience in commercial, industrial, and special hazard protection, F.E. Moran doesn't just meet expectations, they exceed them. Visit femoran.com today to learn more. F.E. Moran, protecting what matters most.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
Heather and I had an argument just like any other couple. I was lost. I had snapped. I had a gun and I was going to take my own life. Heather helped me realize that there was still a life to live for the better of myself, my family. My weapon is now safely put away.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a common seasonal virus, but it can have major implications on a patient's heart health. Most RSV cases involve mild cold-like symptoms, but up to 160,000 adults are hospitalized each year for more serious cases. And RSV can escalate chronic health issues. If you're over the age of 60, talk to your doctor to find out if the new RSV vaccine is right for you. And learn more at heart.org/RSV.
My hospital stay would have cost $25,000, but with VA healthcare, it's free.
My education would have cost $42,000, but with VA benefits, my books, tuition, and housing are all covered.
The down payment for my home would have been $74,000, but with my VA home loan, my down payment was $0. My service was then. My benefits are now. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
As we wonder why our kids are struggling, someone is getting bullied. As we discuss how to improve their mental health, someone is being harassed on social media. As we wonder why they're skipping school, someone is crying themselves to sleep. Knowing the signs is the best way to prevent bullying.
Please just leave me alone.
Learn the signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
All your favorite fan shows are on YouTube, along with those fake YouTube ads like Chew This Gum and It Grows New Teeth. Experience the splendor of Bo sitting in his closet, Timmy Hall's gouty gold chains, and Matty Ice wearing a coat in 90-degree weather. It's all there. Head to YouTube and subscribe today. Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Happy New Year's Eve and go Bucks. We're going to see temperatures today get right around freezing, but with gusty winds, it'll feel even colder than that. We will see snow develop later this evening, which could impact your New Year's Eve and Buckeye watch party plans, so safe travels. We will see that snow eventually taper off overnight, turning cloudy with lows in the teens. For the Fan, I'm meteorologist Meredith Garfalo with the 10 Weather Impact Forecast.
The only way to do game day. This is the KeyBank Pregame Show, getting you ready for all things scarlet and gray. Your home of the Buckeyes, the Fan. The fans behind enemy lines.
Sponsored by your Central Ohio Ford dealers.
Behind Enemy Lines this week is going to be brought to you by Jordan McPherson from the Miami Herald, the gang on Bishop and Friends, Bo Bishop, Eric Reese, Ryan Baker, 9 to noon right here on the Fan. Don't ever miss that. Leading into Rothman and Ice. They caught up with Jordan. Here's his breakdown on the Hurricanes.
You finish this sentence for me, my friend. We thank you gratefully for giving us a little bit of your time. This is the biggest game for Miami football since when?
Since the 2003 Fiesta Bowl, which I'm pretty sure your listeners know very well.
I was curious if it went back that far. Yeah. For the longest time, it's been, can Miami get back? And they've gone through a million machinations over the last 2 decades since that game. It feels like they're closer now than they've ever been. Why is it different with Cristobal than it has been with others who have attempted this, Jordan?
I would say it's just the slow build that Cristobal said he was going to do when he got here. He knew the beginning was going to be a struggle. He knew he was going to have to more or less completely overhaul the roster when he got here. Year 1 was a struggle, 5-7. Year 2, 7 wins, get to a bowl game, lose it. Last year, they get to 10 wins. They see how great the offense is, and they saw how big of a gap there was with their defense. And then they overhaul the defense this year, and now they look as close to a complete team as they have had in quite some time. You look at how he's attacked recruiting. Mario Cristobal has always been a fantastic recruiter. You look at how he's attacked the transfer portal to fill whatever stopgaps they need while they have their younger guys developing. It just seems like almost everything has hit, especially over these last 2 years, and that momentum is just going to keep building for them if they're able to keep stacking up the wins like they've done the last 2 years.
Jordan, what was the catalyst to get to this point with Cristobal? What behind the scenes got this type of alignment that they're now enjoying?
I mean, it was just he was upfront and honest with their administration, with their athletic directors from the jump, going, look, I was here. I played here when it was a national championship caliber program. I know what it takes to get there. Just give me time. And they gave him the time to get the recruits he needed, to slowly start building everything from the bottom up, from the trenches, from the offensive and defensive lines outward. And they saw enough of the glimpses those first couple years to see that eventually something was going to hit. And they really got those glimpses last year with the 9-0 start before obviously falling down, before the brakes fell off with losing 2 of the final 3 to miss the playoffs. But they figured everything. They figured out what they needed to do to improve the defense going into this season. And with first-year defense coordinator Corey Heatherman being able to revitalize that unit and the offense being able to do what it needs to do, they've shown that balance and that overall approach that Cristobal has been wanting to implement since he got here 4 years ago.
Talking to Jordan McPherson, covers the Canes at the Miami Herald. He joins us on the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems fan guest hotline. You mentioned that 9 straight wins last year and then the 2 losses, and then it all kind of went away. It had to feel like deja vu all over again, right? You have the loss against Louisville at home, then they beat Stanford, then they go to SMU and lose to overtime, and it almost felt like I was watching that SMU game, and as that was going final, I'm thinking, wow, they're done again. Like they had all this investment and they're done. What changed over the last 4 games of the regular season that flipped this thing back around and got them to a place now where they'll find themselves in a national quarterfinal?
Yeah, you weren't alone in that thought. In the press box, as that game went to overtime, it went, it's happening again. Mm-hmm. Here we go. But the main message that Mario Cristobal gave to that team was their day after team meeting. He brought everybody in, he turned the lights off, and he basically showed them the highlights of their first 5 weeks. The win over Notre Dame, the wins over USF, Florida, and Florida State, all ranked games at the time they played them, and showed them everything they did right. And then he looked them in the eyes and went, this is what we can be. Realize what we can be. Don't let these last 3 weeks define us. Let's get back to where we were. And then their final 4 games, Syracuse, NC State, Virginia Tech, and Pittsburgh, they outscored opponents 151-41, 110-point differential. They're able to get into that last playoff spot. And then They have to play a gritty game against Texas A&M. The offense was not clicking until the very end. The defense had to do literally everything and rose up to the occasion. The 3 takeaways, 7 sacks, 9 tackles for loss. Couldn't have drawn up you probably couldn't have drawn up a better defensive performance in that type of environment in the biggest stage that most of these players have played in on this team. And it just was the latest data point, the latest moment of validation for this team getting into the playoffs and now getting a chance to go up against Ohio State in the second round.
Yeah, and of course your quarterback has played Ohio State in the playoff. He did so at Georgia. It's interesting. When he goes great, all goes great, not coincidentally. When he doesn't, that's when the loss happens. 6 interceptions in those 2 losses, 4 in the game to Louisville and 2 in the game to SMU. But the experience is something that I'm guessing they're going to lean on tomorrow night. What has the Carson Beck experience been like this year for the Canes?
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there. I mean, when the game is to the point where it's fully reliant on him, it's a little worrisome. I'm going to be honest there. It's when they're able to be a collective team, when the run game is going with Mark Fletcher, Gerard Pringle, Charmar Brown, when the defense is able to set up the offense with good field position, when Carson Beck's able to make the plays, just make the plays he has to make and not have to be the hero. Miami had to rely on that a lot last year with Cam Ward. Carson Beck is not Cam Ward. But Carson Beck is efficient enough and able to make the plays he needs to make. If they can simplify the game, if they can make it so that he doesn't have to overdo it, then Carson Beck is able to effectively lead this offense. And he has enough weapons. Malachi Toney, the freshman phenom, who's done a little bit of everything for them. Mark Fletcher, probably the best offensive line in the country. They have enough talent around him where they don't need to put everything on Carson Beck. And that's ultimately the hope that they have moving forward.
So of that attack that Carson Beck will lead, and you mentioned some of those playmakers, and they are dynamic ones, and certainly Ohio State and Miami recruit similar players. Jeremiah Smith, the most famous example of it, but it happens all over the roster. What will their attack be against a Buckeye defense that the most points it's given up all season is 16 at Illinois, and that was in garbage time? What do you think Miami will attempt to do offensively to get this Buckeye defense, which has been as dominant as you know sometimes we've maybe ever seen in the sport? What will they attempt to do to get some advantages there?
Yeah, they're going to have to try to scheme up whatever they can. I mean, we saw Shannon Dawson over the last month of the season. He's had some trick plays up his sleeve. He's shown a few of them over the final weeks of the season. He tried to do it a little bit against Texas A&M, establish the run, and use that to set up the pass. That's been their MO. That's been their bread and butter when things are working. Get the running game going, even if they're not breaking off big plays. If they can consistently get 3-4 yards at a time and show that the defense is going to have to play both the run and the pass, that'll be Miami's best case scenario. And again, Malachi Toney, like I mentioned before, obviously he's been great in the passing game as a receiver. He's thrown 2 touchdown passes. He's run for a touchdown. They have a wildcat package for him. They call it the Mally Cat. That's able to open things up. And he played quarterback growing up. He can throw a deep ball. He can throw a deep ball. He can make secondary reads. It's honestly fascinating to watch this kid, 18 years old, do what he's done.
Crazy.
It's sporadic moments for the Hurricanes team. And they're just going to have to try to spread the ball out and make sure that Ohio State has to pay attention to every single person on the field and not just pinpoint 1 or 2 guys.
How much do you think will Miami defensively try to replicate what Indiana did to Ohio State, which was really frustrating for the Buckeyes, probably a step back offensively from what we'd seen from Ohio State throughout much of the year. And the reason I ask this is Miami has a more talented front than even Indiana. Now, I don't know if they'll be asked to do all of the things Indiana did, but with Bain and those boys, you know that they can get after it. But the way that Indiana played it isn't necessarily what Miami is defensively. How do you think Cristobal and his staff will kind of mirror what Indiana tried to do?
Yeah, I think they're going to try to mimic a lot of what Indiana did, especially with, again, their main goal is going to have to be to rattle Julian Sayin early and often. And again, That game against Indiana, 5 sacks. Ohio State only gave up 6 sacks all season leading up to that game. Miami's defense, Akeem Mesidor, Ruben Bain, defensive tackles in Ahmad Moten and David Blay are all able to penetrate an opposing offensive line. They've done it all season. And then nickel corner Keontae Scott. He's one of their guys who is an excellent blitzer. He has, I think it's 11 or 12 tackles for loss as a defensive back this year. He knows how to be involved in all aspects of the game. If they can get Julian Salu rattled, if they can flush him out of the pocket, force him into some quick throws, and even just impact his accuracy a little bit, if they can make it so that he has to think quick on the biggest stage that he's played in, that is going to have to be priority one for this Hurricanes defense.
Jordan, get you out of here on this one. I think it's still 9.5 is kind of what the number is on this one. I've been on the record with our audience here. I think it's a little bit too much. I just think it's too big of a number. How do you see this one going tomorrow night?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think 9.5 is a lot. I think Ohio State's going to pull it out. I just think just talent across the board, they have an edge over Miami. I think Miami could win in the lines at both lines of scrimmage, but I feel like in terms of the skill position versus defense, I feel like Ohio State has the edge here. I think Ohio State wins a 1-score game, but it should be on paper. This should be a thrilling game on Wednesday.
Yeah, hopefully you get one down there, buddy. Appreciate your time, and thank you so much for giving us a little bit of it today.
Thanks so much.
Thanks to Uncle Bo on Bishop and Friends and Jordan McPherson from the Miami Herald for our Behind Enemy Lines interview this week. Behind Enemy Lines is sponsored by your Central Ohio Ford dealers. Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Coming up next is our Who's Got the Heat segment. We'll apply some pressure to somebody around the world of college football and sports next. And you'll hear from Coach Day on fixing the red zone issues coming out of the Big Ten championship game. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
The sound of Paul Keels calling a Buckeye game is erotic.
Oh, yes.
Your home of the Buckeyes, The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Hi, Bob Capace from Worthington Jewelers. Coming up, more football talk on The Fan.
That's right, Bob. And just like our hometown team, Worthington Jewelers is all about tradition, family, and winning moments.
Celebrate your victories with us, your hometown jeweler, Worthington Jewelers.
Hey, Columbus. It's Lorenzo Stiles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. Football runs deep in my family. My dad played here, and now my brother and I are proud to carry on that tradition. At Monogram Homes, family matters too. They treat every homeowner like one of their own, building with care, precision, and pride. Monogram doesn't just build houses, they build homes, crafted just for you. So whether you're starting your first home or designing your dream space, Monogram Homes has got your back every step of the way. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
Hi, Bob Capace from Worthington Jewelers. Coming up, more football talk on The Fan.
That's right, Bob. And just like our hometown team, Worthington Jewelers is all about tradition, family, and winning moments.
Celebrate your victories with us, your hometown jeweler, Worthington Jewelers.
Toyota-thon is on. Wrap up the year with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 4.75 APR financing on remaining new 25 Corollas and Corolla hybrids. Excludes GR and Corolla Cross. Or lease a gas-powered 26 Corolla LE for $199 a month for 39 months with $36.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Okay, let's go. Top row.
EYECARE?
Good. Next row.
AM America? iCareAmerica.org?
Yes. iCare America helps seniors who haven't had a medical eye exam in 3 or more years. They also help those with an increased risk for glaucoma, and the appointment is often free or at no out-of-pocket cost. It's easy to see if you qualify. Go to EYECareAmerica.org.
My son Ian was diagnosed with a brain tumor at the age of 16 months. The outlook was pretty rough. I mean, it was, we had no hope until St. Jude rescued us. I mean, they saved him. To this date, we are 12 years into this journey, and from day one, we've never once seen a bill. It gave us the peace of mind to know that we're there with our son, and we're gonna beat cancer together. Now, he is doing really, really well. He's alive, because of what St. Jude has done. He's here because of the doctors who came before, their blood, their sweat, their tears, the knowledge accumulated and shared, with everyone else around the world. This is how we get rid of this, how we help kids beat cancer all over. It's the future.
Together, we will make cures possible for every child everywhere. Learn more at stjude.org.
When the Cotton Bowl is over, flip on 10 TV for the ultimate postgame show. Tom and Adam are live from Dallas with Timmy and Nicole in the studio. Ring in 2026 with a Buckeye victory live on 10 TV and streaming on 10 TV Plus. This is the Fans Game Day Scoreboard.
This game day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
Happy New Year's Eve. I'm Jacob Reimer. After 24 days, the much-anticipated Cotton Bowl matchup between number 2 Ohio State and number 10 Miami is finally here. Kickoff tonight from Dallas is at 7:30. Paul and Jim get their coverage started here on The Fan at 6 o'clock. Other bowl games going on right now. Number 23 Iowa beats 14th-ranked Vanderbilt 34-27 in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Duke leads Arizona State 21-14 in the second quarter of the Sun Bowl. The Citrus Bowl is also live in the first quarter between number 18 Michigan and number 13 Texas. The Longhorns leading 3-0 early in that one. And getting started here at 3:30, Nebraska takes on 15th-ranked Utah in the Las Vegas Bowl. Breaking sports news when it happens on The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
The ultimate way to get ready for another Buckeye victory. You're listening to the KeyBank Pregame Show. Proud to be your flagship home of the Buckeyes, The Fan. As you prepare for another Buckeye football Saturday, one very important question remains. Who's got the heat?
Sponsored by Buckeye Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing since 1948.
All right, welcome back in. Matty Ice, Dane Sanzenbacher, DeVere Posey getting you ready for Ohio State, Miami. Just a few hours away. Cannot wait, fellas. Depot, I want you to lead us off. Who you putting some heat on today?
Yeah, I think he was one of the people I already put heat on this season, and we get to play against him today. Carson Beck. I mean, you talk about a guy who is clean, like Kenyatta Jackson mentioned. He looks like a first-rounder when he has a clean pocket. But when you dirty and muddy up the picture a little bit, get his jersey a little dirty, he is one quarterback that doesn't stick out in a crowd, and I think that's just what we do today. When you think about Miami, how do you avoid pressure, right? You get the ball at the quarterback's hands quickly, quick passing game, screens, things like that to Malachi Tony. And I think just side to sideline, Arvell Reed, Sonny Styles, Peyton Pierce, those guys, Caleb Down, that's what we do best. That's what we've been seeing all year is trying to get the ball out of your hands and you get tackled fast. And so for our defense, just being able to add pressure, I think Miami is going to play into our hand and what we like to do and where we're comfortable most of the year. So, but I do think this team will, and Carson Beck will try and push the ball down the field. But the Louisville game comes to mind, right? Like the 4-interception game. I don't know if you guys got to see it. It was like on a Friday night or something like that. And he just looked really rattled with pressure and trying to drive the ball down the field. And if we can get him in that mindset, frantic like that, that pressure, it does bust pipes.
No doubt. I mean, even going back to some of the work he was putting in at Georgia, some of those games popped up for him, right? Yep. Where he just can't get out of his own way. Sometimes, for me, fellas, I'm putting some heat on the Buckeye offensive line. It's just got to be that for me. I made a huge mistake years ago when the Chiefs were playing the Patriots. The Chiefs were playing the Bucs in the Super Bowl. And remember, the Chiefs went into that game, banged up offensive line, questions about the offensive line. I was like, you know what? Doesn't matter. They got Mahomes, they got Reed, Kelsey, Tyreek, and that crew. And I learned a lesson that day that no matter what you got going on the outside, what you got in that backfield, if the big dogs up front don't do their job, you could be in some trouble. And so Messidor, Bain, their defensive tackle for Miami, is a good player as well. So they got guys that are going to be able to make an impact, and they're going to get theirs. It's just the amount of time, I think, how much time can they give Julian in this one? That's going to be a big one. And also for Julian, too, as a quarterback, to move around some of that pressure, too, when it's in his face, right? Like, he's got to do his job there as well. But it's about those guys. They've been hearing it for weeks, so I'm sure they're sick of hearing these type of things. But I just think it's so important because if they do their part, we know the playmakers that they have. We know how accurate Julian is, and the offense should be able to execute. So I'm going to go with the Buckeye offensive line, fellas. I'm putting some heat on them.
I'll build on that and go with really the whole Buckeye offense. And I think I don't know if it's fair to say there's heat on them, but it's imperative that they get rolling in rhythm and get started fast. Now, I don't try to overemphasize like first drives. You never know what's going to happen. You're still feeling out the game. It's the first round of a boxing match. But you have things working against you. One, the history of these teams that got the bye in the first round last year came out flat, almost to a team. Every one of them came out flat. You can't put yourself in a hole. Two, you're coming off your last game in the Big Ten championship. The offense, it was left something to be desired. I mean, it was clunky. As they acknowledged themselves, it wasn't really in rhythm, and you can't afford to do that. Really, this week kind of resets the odds for the whole bracket. I mean, I think all the teams that we thought would probably win in the first round, there were some good games, but now you've got your, Elite Eight. You've got your 4 games. After this weekend, we're going to know who's who. People are going to show like where they're at now, what team you are now, because it could be different. You saw Ohio State last year. We don't know yet, but I think now is the time for Ohio State, especially on offense. We know who the defense is, but to establish who they are on offense and do it early, because you got it. You don't want to get into like another 10-13 match with Miami, because it's not sustainable for if you're trying to go back to back here, if you're trying to make the long run here, it's not sustainable.
So with that offense and those decisions and the pressure, you have the play caller. Now we have these 4th down decisions. I remember there was a lot of instances in the Michigan game, the Georgia game. Do we go for it? Do we punt? Do we kick? We had the missed kick in the Big Ten championship game. Interesting to see, the level of risk with the play call and the level of backed up in our own area. Do we go for it? Do we have this confidence in Bo Jackson and those guys? And that starts at the top. And like a mind, like not like just calling plays with, I want to win the game. Not every play, but I'm gonna stay aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I just think of this Ohio State team last year, and it's a completely different team, and you don't know. But what comes to mind is how differently they played when it was win or go home. Like it was, and I think that was as much of the change as it was, sparked by losing to Michigan. I think it's a completely different game when this is it. And I think when you have guys and you have stars and you have the talent, it rises in those types of games. So I think, the play calling on one end, you could be like, well, is there going to be confusion because now there's this change before this game? Yeah, I could see that. But the other side says, well, history tells me when Ryan Day was a coach last year and we had these questions and so many more going into that Tennessee game, and the lid came off. He was there for that. He was there. And then after that game, nobody was questioning any play calling, any mindset, any going for it on 4th. You hit that rhythm. So that's what I would like to see. And I have both optimism and caution.
Who's Got the Heat is brought to you by Buckeye Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing since 1948. I want you guys to hear from Coach Day. One of the big issues coming out of that game against Indiana was, they marched down the field. They just didn't execute. They didn't come away with hardly any points the way that you really want to. Here he is on fixing those issues.
Well, you try to figure out, all right, do we need to have the right – is it a personnel issue? Do we have the right people in the game? Then the second thing is, how is the scheme? Is it a good scheme? And then are we coaching it correctly? And so anytime you look at something that's not working, you look at those 3 things. And so we looked at all 3 of those things and making sure that we have the right things in place. I looked at a lot of it. We looked at a lot of it. And so, we're going to do everything we can to make sure we put our guys in the best situation to be successful. That's it. We felt like we moved the ball in the last game, but we just didn't finish those drives. And that was the difference between the game. And I think anytime you're in these matchup games like this, it can come down to situations. Who's converting on 3rd down, who's converting in the red zone, and then vice versa on the other side of the ball.
Fellas, here's what I want to do. I want to go to break now and give us as much time to give our final thoughts on the game in our East to West segment next. We'll do that and talk a little bit about Michigan's hire because they've now found their head coach. So we'll do that and hit you with our final thoughts on Ohio State and Miami after the break. It's the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
Bo Bishop is a media legend. We have no idea where the other guys came from. Bishop and Friends.
Weekdays from 9 to noon.
The Fan.
When safety matters most, trust the team that never cuts corners. F.E. Moran delivers comprehensive fire protection solutions across Ohio Ohio, protecting lives, property, and peace of mind. From fire sprinklers and alarms to backflow prevention, security systems, and fire extinguisher services, F.E. Moran's nationwide team of experts uses the latest technology to keep you compliant and protected. With decades of trusted experience in commercial, industrial, and special hazard protection, F.E. Moran doesn't just meet expectations, they exceed them. Visit femoran.com today to learn more. F.E. Moran, protecting what matters most.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team. The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call the Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Teachers are dynamic leaders, shaping a new generation. They bring a variety of perspectives from diverse backgrounds, innovating how they teach to prepare students for our fast-changing world. Achieving this takes skill and expertise. They're tireless explorers, creatively discovering a universe of solutions, telling stories, experimenting, inspiring, mentoring, connecting cultures, and connecting with each other. Leading by example. Experience the unique joy of helping students thrive. Teaching is a journey that shapes lives. Are you ready to begin? Explore teaching at teach.org, a campaign supported by the U.S. Department of Education, teach.org, and 1 million teachers of color.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Join the Fan weeknights at 6 for the Buckeye Show. And if you're asking if it's just a bunch of homers rooting for all things Ohio State, yes it is. Proud to be your flagship home of the Buckeyes, the Fan, Ohio sports destination. All your favorite fan shows are available when you want them.
Head to 971thefan.com and hit that subscribe button.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. You're listening to the KeyBank Pregame Show, the only way to get ready for a Buckeye game. Your home for Ohio State athletics. The Fan. It's the Fan's east to west.
All right, welcome back in. This is the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show. Fellas, we've been gone for so long. A lot has been happening around college football. A lot of crazy stuff happening up in Ann Arbor. Sharon Moore out, fellas. Kyle Whittingham in. What do you guys think of this hire for the old Wolverines?
I like Coach Whittingham. I think he coached under Urban when they were out there. You think about those Alex Smith teams that they had, and he just kind of been there and been able to keep this program relevant with physical football. And I think he understands recruiting without the 5 stars, right? And being able to put the team together and find a good quarterback. And just his recent success at Utah, even you go back to the Rose Bowl game, he knows how to help programs, sustain fast. And I think for Michigan, just bridging from Sharon to, long term, because he's 67, 5-year deal. I don't know if this is the guy that takes them, into the 2030s, but we do have a good guy to get him there as a bridge. What do you think, Dave?
I don't think we're in a time where anybody is really thinking there's going to be a guy to take you into the 2030s. Yep. It just feels like there's a culture in coaching right now. It's like if you're really good, you are going to Lane Kiffin it and continue to hop around to one of the 5 top jobs in the land. And if you're in those top jobs and you don't win a national championship every other year, then then the school is going to be hunting for you. So it's like a weird time that like you're not like the age of current parents is all but dead. Like guys settling down in a place and staying there, or even the age of Kyle Whittingham, guy that stayed at a place for a long time. So I think it's a good and almost really lucky hire by Michigan. And I mean, you got like right now, Michigan and Penn State both like come out smelling rosy on the other side of situations that you're just like, that wasn't looking good. Now, yeah, he's an older coach, but I think you got a guy that one has a ton of knowledge of both football and recruiting and is now going to be gifted resources that he never had at Utah. He had success at Utah and never is going to have. So I think he's going to be able to employ that and say like, okay, let's see what we can do here. I think it's a really good hire. And I don't think that, you're not thinking long-term. Look at Indiana. You think, I mean, Kurt Cignetti's an old guy too. They're investing now because now's the time you want to win. You figure it out 5 years down the road how we keep winning, but it's not it doesn't seem like a scary one. I mean, I don't think there's anybody's going to be like, oh yeah, he can't do that at Michigan. I would think that he can do that.
You got to respect his body of work, for sure. You know what his teams are going to be all about. He already mentioned it. Hey, we're going to be a line of scrimmage team. We're going to be tough, and that's what Utah was, man. They're coming after you physically. They're coming downhill, and that's kind of been what Michigan has been over the last few years for a long time. So I think maybe to the Michigan fan base in their eye, they may like some of the stuff that he's going to be able to do. The big one for me, though, is going to be after this game, what do we hear about Bryce Underwood? Is he going to be able to keep him and have that year one talent at the most important position? But you guys nailed it with what he can do at recruiting, what he's going to be able to deal with financially. I think it's a pretty good hire for them. I want to play this clip for you guys. He had his opening press conference up there in Ann Arbor, and he was asked about whether or not he dislikes Ohio State, and here was his response.
And just to be clear, do you dislike Ohio State, or is that something you have to learn how to do?
I do now, I guess, but like I said, I followed them for quite a while. Me and Urban were on the same staff at Utah. I was his defense coordinator, so there was a real tight bond there, and I followed his career and obviously stayed in touch throughout the course of his career and had great success there. But now I'm on the right side of the deal now. So, yeah.
Just feels like a grown-ups entered the chat up there, right? In Ann Arbor, right? After just everything that they've just been through, this guy's just kind of like a no-nonsense guy. You know what you're going to get.
Kind of bad for us because I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like Kyle Whittingham. I liked him at Utah. He seems like he's kind of like a normal. And I think it's a good – it's tough. And people like our ears are probably bleeding because we're not just like tearing this thing apart. But
we'd be lying, though, if we went the other way. We'd be lying.
The marriage between these two, it's not like you hire Kyle Whittingham to resurrect USF. Or to bring a program back to life. What you have at Michigan and what you have in this era of college football at Ohio State, a lot of these blue blood programs is like the institution they have a floor that is very high. Like Michigan has a floor that's very high because they're going to get so much support. They're still going to get great recruits. You're going to be able to use the brand. If you bring in a guy that has great knowledge and can manage and prove and win, you don't have to get the next young thing to see if it works at Michigan. You don't even need to get a guy that's coming in to make his stamp on it. The next young coach that has a lot of success, like, oh, we want that to be the Michigan guy for next 10 years. You don't even need that right now. You don't need a stamp right now. You need somebody who's going to sail that ship that is already the brand of Michigan football and keep it steady because the floor is so high. That's why I think it's a smart hire. They're lucky that they were able to pull him out, to which I thought he was just retiring. Like I thought, didn't he step down? Like
sounds like they would.
Yeah, he stepped down, and it's like I think you're saying like we just want somebody who knows what they're doing with all of the stuff.
Well, can you blame them?
Yep, that's it. It's like,
can you blame if they like sat in a room or like, guys, just let's get somebody who knows what they're doing, who's not going to get in trouble. Like we could be. This shouldn't be this hard.
It shouldn't be this hard.
Yeah. So I think you brought it up. Penn State, you hire Matt Campbell. He's got a similar vibe to me.
Knows what he's doing.
Much younger guy, clearly, but knows what he's doing. Did a lot with kind of less, I think, at Iowa State and more resources for him over there. So I think a couple good hires around the Big Ten. Let's get back to Ohio State, Miami before we get out of here. I want you guys to hear from Caleb Downs. Here's his thoughts on the Miami offense.
Really veteran quarterback. Carson Becky's played at a really high level. The offensive line is very massive. They do a really good job of what they do. And then the skill positions, they they've been playing really well all year. Malachi Tony's played at an extreme level, so they do a really good job.
How aggressive do you guys think Matt Patricia needs to be in coming after Carson Beck? Because we've talked about it. You heat him up, things get a little dicey for him. How much aggressiveness do you want to see from this Buckeye defense?
I think it's a play with the aggressiveness. It's more like the Archie Manning approach of, hey, like we might show you pressure, we might drop out, get picks. You know, hey, you might think it's coming from this guy, but he's in your count, and we're messing up your quarterback count, and offensive linemen aren't picking up Caleb Downs off the edge. So I think it's more about the chess match when you talk about pressure, more about not physicality, but like who's coming at what time and from what angle, and just with Ohio State's defense, like we were saying, we uncovered it's a concept thing. So as long as everybody knows their job, I think if Carson Beck, doing his 5-step, 7-step drops, like he's going to have problems just reading more than anything than physicality.
What do you think, Dave?
DeVere made that point in the Texas pregame at the beginning of the season. I think it does make a lot of sense here, too. There's different kinds of pressure. We say pressure is like, that doesn't mean line up and blitz. Line up and, quote-unquote, bring an extra guy. There's pressure by confusion. And, yeah, Carson Beck's a veteran quarterback, but you can still kind of sow those seeds and force pressure in the quarterback's head without actually heating him up. I think that's probably it. I don't see this defense or Matt Patricia going too far outside of their lane to adjust to this Miami offense. I think what they've got is a formula that makes sense, that can result in pressure, even if you're not sending an extra guy and putting yourself vulnerable in the back end. So I wouldn't think they adjust too much to what Miami is doing in order to manufacture it. I think the more interesting side of this game is the other side of the ball.
Ohio State on offense.
Ohio State on offense.
Okay. Yep. One thing that we haven't brought up much, I want to ask you guys before we get out here last couple minutes, is the run game for Ohio State. When you have elite pass rushers, I've heard you run at those guys, right? Maybe wear them out or try to wear them out that way. How would you guys approach that as a play caller with Bo Jackson, that crew, and maybe trying to neutralize an elite pass rush?
Yeah, play action. Obviously, zone reads and stuff like that, putting guys in a position to where, hey, you want to pin your ears back, but here comes this draw right down, the middle of the defense. And so how can we get Bo Jackson going? Freshman All-American, the Michigan run for me, the dead leg and what we kind of saw there, and just the consistency in the Big Ten game. I just can't get for the life of me why he comes out in red zone. Like, I don't know why.
I think it's a body type thing. Like, they want a little bit more of more oomph there, maybe?
Well, I wonder, it's like, hey, he's got us down here. Let's get a fresh body in there. Like, I've always looked at running back like that, and so maybe that's their approach. But I think he's that type of back that should stay in. So we'll see how much he gets in the red zone tonight.
What do you think of the run game tonight, Dave?
I think, Bo Jackson has progressed so much over the year. The more the better for me. I know you want to do it by committee,
but it's one and done season, right?
That's what I mean. And you look at the Indiana game. I mean, he was still moving the ball. Like, he was finding a spot where it wasn't there. And I've got to think he's a young guy with a little bit of extra rest that you might start to see, like, those Travion Henderson type legs. When you saw him, like, when he was playing and he was fresh, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, that's different.
With the confidence.
Yeah, you know where you're going. Yep. So I think that's best case scenario you get going. Now, I think that the offense might have to do a little bit to manufacture some rhythm in the beginning to kind of, because you don't want that defensive line, that Miami defensive line taking over the game.
A 3 and out after a break is tough.
Yeah, you want to get the ball out of Julian's hand, get everybody touches, get it to your athletes to get yourself in the rhythm of the game, so it doesn't start off like they're coming off the sideline after the first couple series like, whoo, those are some guys out there. You don't want them to feel that.
For sure. No, it's good stuff. Fellas, great stuff out of you guys today. Absolutely. Happy holidays again to you and yours. Happy New Year's Eve to everybody. Shout out to my guy TLC on the board. Great work out of you. Hey, coming up tomorrow on The Fan, it's New Year's Day, but we're going to be here with normal programming, so we will have all the Buckeye and Hurricane reaction that you want. We're going to hand this thing over now to Anthony Rothman, Dave Biddle, and the former Buckeye Joshua Perry. This has been the KeyBank Fan Pregame Show right here on The Fan.
During this 10-second promo, Rothman will lose money gambling on something.
People like you come here and blow the family nest egg that built this town.
Rothman and Ice.
Weekdays from noon to 3.
The Fan.
Hey, Columbus. It's Lorenzo Stiles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. It's football season, and just like on the field, success starts with the right game plan and the right team. That's why I'm proud to team up with Monogram Homes. They're the true custom home builder bring precision, creativity, and attention to every detail, just like we do on Saturdays. If you're ready to build, don't settle for standard. Go custom. Go Monogram. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new Toyota, like the best-selling Toyota Camry. Now through January 5th, get 4.75 APR financing on remaining new 25 Camrys, or lease a new 26 Camry LE for $269 a month for 39 months with $36.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details, or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
While serving in Vietnam, a grenade took my ability to see. Today, I'm a sculptor. Now, my fingers are my eyes. I'm Michael Naranjo. As a veteran, I know the challenges of life can be great. In my art, turning a lump of clay into something beautiful, that is worth doing. Life is like that. We each must use what we can to make things better.
DAV helps veterans like Michael get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year in life-changing ways.
Now, I show others how they can create something with their own hands. I know it can do a lot of good. With support from DAV, more veterans can shape their lives into a thing of beauty. My victory is bringing beauty into the world.
Michael Naranjo, may your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Around the world, Children International and friends like you are giving children in poverty a chance to grow and thrive, to be healthy, to succeed in school, and achieve great things. How do we do it? In the best way possible, by helping ensure access to healthcare, nutrition, and educational opportunities. And most importantly, by empowering youths and their families to get out of poverty and into employment through life skills, computer, and job training. The very tools they need to break the cycle of poverty and build futures full of promise. Because every child deserves a chance to realize their full and best potential. Learn more about how Children International is empowering children and families by going to children.org today. That's children.org.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars, Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. This is the Fans Game Day Scoreboard.
This game day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
Happy New Year's Eve. I'm Jacob Reimer. After 24 days, the much-anticipated Cotton Bowl matchup between number 2 Ohio State and number 10 Miami is finally here. Kickoff tonight from Dallas is at 7:30. Paul and Jim get their coverage started here on the Fan at 6 o'clock. Elsewhere in college football, number 23 Iowa took down 14th-ranked Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl 34-27. Other bowl games live right now. Duke leads Arizona State 28-24 in the Sun Bowl. Almost halftime there. Number 18 Michigan and number 13 Texas are tied at 10 in the second quarter of the Citrus Bowl. And Nebraska is knotted up with 15th-ranked Utah in the Las Vegas Bowl, tied at 7 in the first quarter. Breaking sports news when it happens on the Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
Do you smell it? The fine aroma of a soon-to-be Buckeye victory and Rothman searing his brat. Intoxicating. This is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis & Associates. Remember, they don't get paid unless you get paid. And by Mountain Dew. Here for the good times. Do the do.
Here's Tim May, Dave Biddle, and Anthony Rothman.
All right, here we go. About 3 hours and 45 minutes till kick. I'm Anthony Rothman, and I have a full house backfield with me tonight. Of course, our friend Tim May is down in Dallas. We'll be joined by him at the top of the hour or top of the second hour. Of course, we'll have the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels, and the former All-American Jim Lachey, Scotty Vegas, the smartest man on the planet when it comes to handicapping these things. He'll join us at 5:15. He owes us one. He'll give us one then. To my right is the former champ himself, Joshua Perry. Welcome to the studio, my man.
Man, glad to be back at it. I was saying before we got started, haven't done a show with you in a little while here, so glad to be around. Of course, Biddle, good to see you.
Great to see you guys, too, man. This is a lot of fun. We were talking earlier. It's like there's been a lot of chirping, a lot of talking, as there should be. It's fun. You know, now the talking is about to be over. Now we're going to see who's doing the walking. And I cannot wait for this game, boys.
It's got a little bit of fascination to it. I think we're going to kind of peel back the layers of where the fascination may be, because Las Vegas is telling us that Ohio State will roll. 9.5-point favorites. It opened at 10.5. It dipped down a little bit. But I would like to start with your general feelings about this matchup, Joshua. And I'll start it this way. It's the exact opposite for Ohio State from last year. Even though they have a similar layoff, they are coming off a loss. I get that. But now they're the team that had to play the waiting game, whereas the team they're playing catches a little momentum, wins on the road, tough atmosphere, a rock fight at A&M. How much confidence Miami got out of that win, I don't know, but just surviving may give them some confidence, especially going on the road and doing it. So I'll ask it this way. What impact do you feel momentum has for the Canes versus Ohio State trying to hold their edge as the team waiting?
It's an interesting question. Like, I don't know if that's a momentum-building win if you're Miami. And I understand it, right? Like, they basically from the middle of the season on, they had to just continue to win games. And then you go down to Texas A&M, which hostile environment, wind is whipping. Like, there's some adversity there. But it wasn't that pretty of a game. Defensively, certainly they played well, but they gave up a lot of yards in between the turnovers and in between the sacks and the TFLs. And then offensively, it felt like that was them declaring, whether you want to say it was because it was windy or something else, that they didn't trust Carson Beck. A lot of their offense was, can we get the ball to Malachi Toney? Can we get the ball to Mark Fletcher, which they didn't do enough early in that game? And then can we design shots down the field to try to hit something that we think our quarterback can hit? But outside of that, we're going to take the football out of his hands. So I think for Ohio State, it was good they had this time off. They had a lot of things to work on that we'll obviously get into. But for Miami, how much momentum do you really feel outside of, hey, our defense looked pretty good?
Dave, the big narrative in the layoff originally was, will Brian Hartline be a distraction now that he's got the USF job? Should he stay? Should he go? And if he does stay, what will it look like? Well, we now have a feel on what it will look like. What it will be like, that's the question I'll ask you. So Hartline comes down from the booth. He's now on the sideline. Ryan Day taking over play calls. Read into that for me. How does that unfold tonight? How smooth will it be?
I don't think it's going to affect the Buckeyes much at all, and here's why. I've been told by people I trust that Ryan Day was calling most of the plays in big games, big moments this year. Now, was he calling plays against Grambling, first half against Ohio University, maybe second half against OU? I joke. But I was told by people I trust that Ryan Day was calling most of the plays anyway this year. Was Brian Hartline heavily involved? Of course. So was Tyler Bowen. So was a lot of these guys. And would Hartline call plays sometimes? Of course he would. But in big games, big moments, I was told Ryan Day was calling plays regardless. So I don't think this has much impact on the playoff. And what does Ryan Day do best? Why does he have the job at Ohio State as head coach? Because he's really good at calling plays. That's his thing, right? That's his thing. It's not like he came up like he was a good running backs coach. No, he was a good quarterbacks coach and good at calling plays. He took over as OC. And I remember thinking when Ryan Day and Kevin Wilson were announced at the same time, I remember thinking incorrectly, Kevin Wilson was the big hire, and they're bringing in this quarterbacks coach, and Kevin Wilson's going to come in. And Kevin Wilson did have the title of OC, but it wasn't long into 2017 where Ryan Day was calling plays. Then he called plays the next year, actually was the interim head coach. So, Anthony, long answer to your question. I don't think it affects the Buckeyes much at all.
Well, let me ask you guys a question then about the Big Ten championship game and where that went a little bit sideways. It came off conservative, came off the personnel, the weapons were off the field in big times in the red zone, not going for it on the 4th and 1 late, trying the field goal. Of course, Fielding misses that one. Joshua, so Brian Hartline, to your knowledge, would call those plays, but Ryan Day's the one saying, I want to kick this and not go for it, correct? He has the ultimate say there.
Yeah, that's the head coach, right? Like, that's all the stuff that he's going to continue to do on top of, having the play sheet in his hand. But it's an interesting thing because I felt like they were conservative for most of the year anyway. Like, I think Ohio State's approach for a lot of this season was, let's maximize efficiency within drives, but it's not a big take a shot down the field. It's not, can we score as quickly as possible? It's, can we limit the amount of plays that are going to be had in this game, basically stand over the ball and take the air out of it. So what they did in the Big Ten Championship felt like the way that they had played. The difference was they got in the short part of the field 3 times. They got to, the 11, the 9, the 5, and scored 3 points off of that. And that's something that you cannot do. I will say this other thing too, is I'm not sure that Carnell and Jeremiah have been as healthy as they will be tonight. And that's a factor that not enough people are talking about in terms of, well, why would you take those guys off of the field and bring in the tight ends? And it's like, I don't think I would either, but you're trying to make sure that you can save them for this stretch run of the season. So that game in terms of play calling largely felt like what I saw the entire season.
Now, last year, I don't want to make it equal. The loss to Michigan was surprising. The loss to Indiana, while yes, I don't think anybody really saw it happening. We knew it could happen. Right. There was the realistic that Indiana was pretty good. But what happened last year was that they decided to say, hey, this is the no regrets playbook now. If they go down again, they're going to go down swinging. But he had Will Howard to do that with, and they lit the fuse. So I'll ask both of you, and Dave, I'll start with you. Should Ohio State start this game taking chances with the pass game? And what I mean by that is taking some serious shots. He did against UM, and I liked it, but Sane gets picked early, and it worked to start the playoff last year against Howard. Do you see that again tonight?
Yes, I think you come out swinging if you're Ohio State, and I think they will, much like they did against Tennessee, much like they did against Oregon last year in the Rose Bowl. Now, you have to be balanced to a certain extent. I think Bo Jackson's going to have a big game tonight. I mean, he's another guy. I mean, he was probably had his bumps and bruises and then some toward the end of the regular season, the Big Ten Championship game. He's going to look like he's shot out of a cannon tonight. But you have the 2 best, at least 2 of the best wide receivers in the country. You have a very accurate quarterback who's had some, some mediocre games down the stretch. I think you come out attacking, and Miami is down one of their DBs. Miami's got a fantastic defensive line. Their linebackers are athletic. They've got a good secondary. Their defense overall is very good. It's the number 11 total defense in the country. It's not as good as Ohio State's defense. I know we'll get to that. But, yeah, Anthony and Joshua, I think the Buckeyes are going to come out attacking deep tonight.
Doesn't this kind of feel like the lead up to Tennessee last year, though, in terms of the way people are talking about it, where Ohio State had a game where their offense just didn't look very good, and the lines of scrimmage maybe weren't up to the expectation, and then you've got this team and they've got first round talent on the defensive line, and it's how are we going to block them, and you talk about it for 20 days or whatever the case is. I feel like that's kind of where people have gotten to, and I think my answer to that is giving Ryan Day some time. We know that he can devise a game plan that's going to be able to help fix some of those issues. They've already worked on the offensive line. And the reality of the situation is, I agree with you. Like, you get the ball to your playmakers early and often in this one. I think this is where you flip the switch if there's a switch to be flipped. And it's like, how many points can we score? How quickly can we score them? And that's got to be the approach.
Feel like if it does go like last year and he does flip a switch, tonight would be the night to start the similar playoff vibe that Ohio State wants. Now, we'll see. Coaches are inherently the team that makes the least mistakes wins the game. And, nobody likes starting a game 3 and out. But I give them a lot of credit. They started the Michigan game that way, and he leaned on his defense. And when you have a great defense, Dave, you can afford to be aggressive.
Here's the thing. Like, if they start off like they did against Tennessee and Oregon last year and they get up, let's say 14-0. I mean, listen, Miami's going to be like, oh, no, we got this Ohio State. We got playoff Ohio State. That's why I think they're going to come out attacking.
I'm going to say this. You mentioned mistakes. Urban was a guy who never said to a player, don't make a mistake. That was never something he would say. Just play as hard as you can, play as fast as you can. Right? So these guys are going to make some mistakes. But if you believe that you got the personnel, you can overcome the issue. So I'm saying get aggressive.
All right, the kickoff forecast brought to you by Sunbelt Rentals. See why the Columbus Builders building Columbus lean on green. So I'll give you, just for curiosity's sake, it's been cold down there in the 50s, so 57 degrees outside of AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Inside should be nice and comfy, 70 degrees. That's where we'll find our guy Paul Keels and Jim Lachey. The voice of the Buckeyes will jump on next with us as we continue to set the scene. This is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Fan Tailgate Show. Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places on the Fan.
1, 2, 3. Here at the Fan is always football o'clock. Proud to be your home of the Buckeyes, Browns, and all the NFL games you can handle. The Fan.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 4.75 APR financing on any remaining new 25 RAV4 or RAV4 hybrid. Or lease a new gas-powered RAV4 LE for $279 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
At Kemba Financial Credit Union, we care about you. Consumers like you say they don't want monthly fees for checking, and we listen. Introducing hassle-free checking with no monthly service fee. Use it as an easy place to deposit and transfer your money, along with your everyday banking needs. Plus, Kemba's expansive digital banking services make it easy for you to bank how you want. At Kemba, we're always thinking of ways to put you and your finances first. Visit Kemba.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
Welcome back to the Financial Playbook. I'm Laura DeLeon, KeyBank Market President, and I'm with wide receiver Jeremiah Smith.
Laura, my favorite play has to be the pass it on play. It's a fundamental way to support your community.
The quarterback pitches to Jeremiah, who budgets for a pass to causes he cares about, into the end zone, scoring a donation for his community. So generous.
It's a play to make it if you love giving back, Laura.
You heard it here, folks. Until next time, KeyBank opens doors.
KeyBank, member FDIC.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team. The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call the Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
You know a thing or two about the moments in life that matter. You've seized those moments to embrace joy, accomplish great things, and build meaningful relationships. Is it time now to sit back and reflect on a life well lived? Maybe. Or maybe there's more to be done. Maybe this is the most important moment you've encountered yet. By volunteering with AmeriCorps Seniors, you can seize the moment, lend a hand, and get back more than you give. We connect you to local volunteer organizations with opportunities that fit your schedule and match your interests. Through AmeriCorps Seniors, you can support people in times of need and make your community stronger. You can become a companion to your older neighbors, brightening their days with friendship. You can even become a mentor for young people, serving as a role model and enriching their lives. Are you ready to seize your moment? Visit AmeriCorps.gov/yourmoment and get started today.
We are the keepers of the wild, America's original and most invested conservationists. For more than 80 years, we've been committed to conserving wildlife and the natural landscapes that define our nation. From rugged alpine ridgelines to peaceful tall grass prairies, we've supported the conservation of more than 36 million acres of American wildlands. Our funding has led to cleaner water, fresher air, and improved wildlife habitat. From abundant fish and waterfowl populations to robust deer and elk herds, nothing is more important than maintaining wild spaces for adventurers to explore and wildlife to thrive. We are America's hunters and target shooters, stewards of the American outdoors.
America's hunters and target shooters, along with firearm, ammunition, and archery manufacturers, have invested more than $46 billion to help state fish and wildlife agencies manage and protect wildlife and wildlands across America. For more information, visit outdoorstewards.org.
In the old days when people lived to be 40, you only had one option for listening to your favorite show. But now, ooh, baby, radio, podcast, the Fan app, and YouTube, just to name a few, live or on demand. You have no excuses. The Fan. Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
To get a 10 TV weather impact alert day in place this evening and into the early part of the day tomorrow as snow showers move through the region. Watch out for slick roads and possible low visibility conditions. Temperatures fall to the teens by early New Year's Day. Highs in the 20s, but dry New Year's will be back in the 30s Friday and staying cold through the weekend. That's your latest 10 weather impact forecast. I'm meteorologist Michael Behrens on 97.1 The Fan.
That was one hell of a game, huh? Start ringing that victory bell. This is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis and Associates and Mountain Dew.
Your home for Ohio State athletics, The Fan. It's time for the Big Daddy Report with the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels.
Sponsored by the Waterworks and Header Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Now together to serve you better. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
All right, down to Arlington, Texas. This man, maybe the press box for him is his own Airbnb because he has definitely spent some time there. Feels awfully comfy there. Has called some great games there, including a championship. And he's our man, Paul Keels, voice of the Buckeyes. My friend, Happy New Year a little early, but I know you're settling in. How you feeling down there?
Well, same to you, Anthony, and it's good to be here. And yes, it is familiar territory, and I think after all of the waiting and all of the talk and anticipation, we're all anxious to see a football game played here.
Yeah, we are. I asked Joshua in the beginning, and I'll ask you the same, because you're fairly close to these guys. You have the coach on all the time, and keeping their edge in a layoff. I know they had different motivation last year, but it's similar in that they're coming off of a loss. What is your anticipation of the edge that Ohio State brings to this playoff versus, what they had last year?
Well, Anthony, if you think about it, Ryan Day has talked about trying to keep an edge all season and using what has become his catchphrases. The issues are always there. We've got things to improve on. All of the things we've heard him talk about all season. But, what was important for them is to take this in stages, correct what didn't go well in the Indiana game, continue to improve on things that they felt they've needed to improve on all season, but also to be able to play at their best as well as get healthy because, certainly there were some people late in the year that had to deal with some things being banged up, but also understanding, too, that, there were things that happened in the Indiana game that created a little bit of a roadmap for opponents like Miami to work on and just to be able to sharpen things up so that they don't run into the same problems, i.e. maybe the biggest one is getting in the red zone and being able to execute successfully in the red zone.
All right, Paul, you've been down there. You've seen the crowds and the people. You've got a little bit of a vibe, so give us a vibe check. What's it looking like? What's the split going to be like in the stadium?
Always nice to hear from you, Mr. Perry, and always enjoy what you do on television. It's kind of interesting, Joshua, because there's been some thought that not all of the tickets that were out there to be had have been gobbled up, probably by both sides. I think Ohio State fans, because of last year, maybe got a little content with the fact that, maybe they'd much rather go to Phoenix next week, or maybe they might want to hold their ducats and their dollars until Miami. However, having said all of that, and maybe because we're in the team hotel and where some of the tour groups are all staying, there's nothing but a glut of Ohio State fans around here. We really haven't seen a lot of the Miami fans until we got around the stadium this afternoon, where they started to become a little more present. There seems to be a feeling, Joshua, much like what we saw in 2003 down in Tempe, Arizona, that it would probably be more of an Ohio State crowd than a Miami crowd.
Paul, like my many years following Ohio State football, it seems like when the Buckeyes are doubted, they're a different animal. And I say this fully recognizing they're favored by 9.5 points by Vegas. But, if you went online, you would never know that. It feels like Ohio State's getting disrespected to some extent. Your thoughts on that?
Dave, some of that may be people getting caught up with the fact that Miami is back in a position they haven't been in for a while. And, we always hear, is Texas back? Is so-and-so back? All of those kind of things. So that might be part of it as well. Seeing them come off of their only defeat of the season, the last time they were on the field, might have something to do with it as well. And all of the things that maybe the coaches had as concerns were things that really became reality in that game against the Hoosiers. And Dave, let's also throw in the fact that we've all seen and we all know that it's hard for these teams to repeat. Because this is a field. You look at this college football playoff field. I don't know that you can say there's a real dominant team out there. Indiana certainly has earned and deserved to be seated where they are because of what they've done. But on the hoof, there really isn't somebody that you look at, and kind of like in 2002, where Miami seemed to be the giant killer until they ran into the Buckeyes. So, the feeling seems to be that they still have to, they being Ohio State, be at their sharpest, be at their best, and be ready to play against the toughest competition that they'll see all season.
He is the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels, getting us ready for Ohio State and Miami. So, Paul, I asked these guys, I'll ask you the same question about maybe the strategy early on in this game. Sometimes the coaches like to get a feel for the game, don't like to take too many chances. But, give Ryan Day some credit. Even in the Michigan game, he came out throwing the ball. Now, it didn't work. He got intercepted. He had to lean on his defense early, but it set the tone that he was going to be aggressive. And then the Indiana game comes along, and like you said, Indiana, very worthy opponent. And I kind of put them on tilt a little bit on whether they should go for a 4th and 1 or not late in the game, decides to kick and it fails. Where do you see this going tonight early? Is he going to take some chances with his weapons, or does he lean a little more on the running game and his defense early?
Well, I think there's a feeling, really, Anthony, that they're going to have to get the ball in the hands of Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, as well as Max Clare, to make the explosive plays happen that they weren't able to get to occur against Indiana. Also protecting Julian Sand. It's 2 straight games now that he's thrown an interception. So being able to keep him upright and keep him clean against a Miami defense that really wreaked havoc with 7 sacks and 9 tackles for loss and forcing 3 turnovers against Texas A&M. On the other side of the ball, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of aggressiveness they use in trying to get after Carson Beck. I'm sure you guys have talked about it. When Carson Beck's good, he's really good. But when he's not, it's an issue. He's thrown 6 interceptions in their 2 losses, 4 against Louisville, 2 against SMU. So if they can get some pressure on him and force him into some bad decisions and do that, really, we haven't seen Ohio State a lot go to the full all-out blitzing type of thing that maybe other people will do. So if they're able to do that within the confinements of what they want to do defensively, as well as keeping an eye on Malachi Toney, a young man that's a very talented freshman wide receiver. They'll line him up at tailback. They'll line him up at quarterback. He's thrown a couple of touchdown passes. He was very dangerous in the punt return game last week where he returned more than 80 yards against Texas A&M. So just being aggressive defensively and really being able to keep Carson Beck into a difficult spot, because this is a guy that, incredible experience. He's had an incredible career, but he's also been on a roller coaster. And, some people have said down here in the short period of time, he's maybe one of the most polarizing figures in college football because of both how good he can be and how iffy he can be.
Paul, one of the big questions I think a lot of fans have is about the coaching staff and the changes with the play calling. And you've been around these guys in the preparation and the lead up. Have you seen anything different in the way that they're approaching it, or is it kind of business as usual in terms of how they've been coaching the guys?
Just a little bit of being around that, Joshua. Not a whole lot different. And we were here doing our show last night where they were going through a little bit of their best Fridays in football out on the field here. And, it would seem that, Ryan Day being the primary play caller, we all know that's not anything new. It certainly is going to allow Brian Hartline to be more focused on the work with the wide receivers and them getting what they have to do. And, Brian's going to be down on the field. Keenan Bailey, the tight ends coach, is going to be up in the press box. So not a whole lot different. It'll be interesting to see, too, just because of that, if there is any difference or additional aggressiveness with Ryan Day, with what they call, with what they're going to do, especially getting the ball downfield. So it's hard to say for sure, but just on the hoof right now, it doesn't seem that there's a whole lot of difference, at least that a layperson like some of us would be able to recognize.
Paul, it appears like the Buckeyes are entering this game extremely healthy after 13 games. Now, it helps having a 3.5-week layoff, of course, but Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate getting completely healthy. The only starter that's projected to miss the game, he's listed as doubtful, is Tegra Shabola. Gabe Van Sickle is going to get his first start, it looks like. Josh Padilla is going to mix in there. But overall, it's too bad Quincy Porter is also out. But overall, Ohio State's a very healthy team entering this game.
Dave, it certainly seems that way. I know there was some question also about Will Smith, the backup defensive tackle, but there's some indications that he should at least be dressed and ready to go. And, when we talk about what's going on the offensive line with possibly the absence of Tegra Shabola, and, he had been struggling a little bit as well, was replaced in the second half of the Indiana game. Just think back to last year, this offensive line and the injuries they went through and how guys now that are part of that group really solidified things. Luke Montgomery, who hadn't played a lot before the Tennessee game, he came out and played with an edge that really made a difference out there. The move of Carson Hinsman to get back to center after he had been playing at guard and how well he played. You saw Austin Servald really lock down the one side at tackle, and Phillip Daniels has been a constant at the other side at tackle. So, I'm sure that they're kind of trying to channel a little bit of what happened last year at that offensive line group, and it's an area that they've talked about trying to develop some depth. Josh Padilla has been a guy that's been banged up, but if they can get him at least where, if need be, he can contribute, that would go a long way as well, because the task is going to be big when you look at what this Miami defense does. And, their defensive line, with guys like Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain, they're listed as defensive ends, but oftentimes you'll see them line up in tackle positions. They kind of have the freedom to go wherever they want to be. And, they've got a couple of backup defensive tackles in David Blay and Armando Blunt who really get a lot of reps out there. So they keep a good rotation going to keep those guys fresh. So this will be a big challenge for this offensive line.
Yeah, that's the game within the game for sure. Paul, great breakdown, my friend. Thank you so much. And we'll hit you up a little later on.
All right, guys, take care.
You too. That is Paul Keels, and our segment sponsored by The Waterworks, heating, cooling, and plumbing, now together to serve you better. All right, who will shine in the Lone Star State for Ohio State? We'll examine that next. This is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Fan Tailgate Show right here on The Fan.
A lot has changed in 30 years, but we're still that old shoe that feels worn in and well-loved. And, we smell a little, but you've accepted that. The Fan.
Did you know Byers Airport Subaru is the oldest Subaru retailer in the entire country? And just like a veteran quarterback, we've been delivering winning drives for generations right here by the airport. During the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, trade in your car for a new 2025 Subaru Outback for 0% for up to 36 months. And Subaru will donate $250 for every vehicle leased or purchased this month. Byers Airport Subaru will also donate an additional $75. Kick off your next adventure at columbussubaru.com. Subject to credit approval. Financing offer term up to 36 months on 2025 Subaru Outback. Cannot be combined with any other incentive. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Taking out the trash. Hey, Columbus, this is Zach Bourne. And Jacoby Bourne. When it comes to waste service, you want a team that knows how to deliver under pressure, just like Saturdays in the fall.
At Bourne Brothers Waste Services, our team is built on toughness, teamwork, and consistent execution.
We're the most reliable and customer service-focused waste company in Central Ohio.
Whether it is recycling, trash, construction waste, roll-off containers, front loads, or compactors, we have it handled.
Call now or visit BourneBrothers.com and let us tackle your waste needs. Taking out the trash.
Country music's biggest selling superstar, Luke Combs, presents My Kind of Saturday Night Tour.
Sounds like my kind of Saturday night.
Luke Combs, live in concert in Columbus, playing at Ohio Stadium, Saturday, April 25th, with special guests Dierks Bentley, Ty Myers, Jake Worthington, and Thelma and James. Get tickets now at lukecombs.com.
Hey Columbus, it's Lorenzo Stiles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. Football runs deep in my family. My dad played here, and now my brother and I are proud to carry on that tradition. At Monogram Homes, family matters too. They treat every homeowner like one of their own, building with care, precision, and pride. Monogram doesn't just build houses, they build homes, crafted just for you. So whether you're starting your first home or designing your dream space, Monogram Homes has got your back every step of the way. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
It's been a real journey since 2014 when I first had my injury. I realized that my home was just not working for me and that it was time to ask for help. Homes for Our Troops has really given me my life back. The shower allows me to go in and turn around with my chair, pull down storage racks, automated door systems, hours of my morning given back to me. Adaptive sports are a huge part of my life, a huge part of my healing journey as well. Homes for Our Troops helped with making sure that I had a home gym so that I can continue to train. This past year, I was able to host Thanksgiving in my home. And it was the first time I was able to have my whole family in one place and I was able to contribute to the meal. There are a lot more veterans in need, and Homes for Our Troops is going to be there to help them too.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Hey Max, you look absolutely dashing in that purple tie. Ready to harness the world?
You bet, Daisy. I'm ready as I'll ever be. And might I say, your purple tie really pops with your vest.
Thanks. I almost went with a cape, but didn't want to come across as pretentious.
Nonsense. Anyone in our line of work should rock a cape.
You might be onto something, Max.
Phew, so here we go. First day on the job. We've got this, right?
Right. Don't forget, we both graduated from Dogs Inc. with honors.
Which means I can guide my human around a busy city with ease.
And I can give my human a restful night.
I hope my human is kind and loving.
And I hope mine likes wet kisses and zoomies.
Ready to make a difference?
Born ready. Let's go.
Discover how extraordinary dogs like Daisy and Max change lives at no cost to the recipients. Visit dogsinc.org.
Bishop and Friends.
I have to acknowledge that I definitely had a mullet in middle school. Full stop. Had one. Had it. It was in.
Bishop and Friends, sponsored by Diamond Cellar.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on The Fan. This is The Fan's Game Day Scoreboard.
This game day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
Happy New Year's Eve. I'm Jacob Reimer. Buckeye fans, the wait is almost over as number 2 Ohio State returns to action in the Cotton Bowl against 10th-ranked Miami. Kickoff tonight from Dallas is at 7:30. Paul and Jim get their coverage started here on The Fan at 6 o'clock. Elsewhere in college football, number 23 Iowa took down 14th-ranked Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl 34-27. Other bowl games live right now. Duke leads Arizona State 28-21 at halftime of the Sun Bowl. Number 18 Michigan and number 13 Texas are knotted up at 17 in the second quarter of the Citrus Bowl, and Nebraska is tied with the 15th-ranked Utah in the Las Vegas Bowl, tied at 14 in the second quarter. Breaking sports news when it happens on The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
It's game day, Buckeye fans. You're listening to the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis & Associates and Mountain Dew.
Your home of the Buckeyes, The Fan. He's so money.
Sponsored by Kemba Financial Credit Union.
All right, back at it in studio, Anthony Rothman, the former national champ, Joshua Perry for the Buckeyes, and our friend Dave Biddle. And we will have Tim May later on at 5 o'clock, and we'll go down to Dallas and talk to Jim Lachey as well and really get the feel on where this offensive line is. I mean, isn't that the game tonight? Like the narrative, and I know, Dave, you mentioned this earlier about, you know, each fan base is trying to find something to hang their hat on, whether it's, you know, Miami fans calling out Jeremiah Smith for not going to their school, or whether it's them feeling disrespected for being a 9.5-point underdog, or Ohio State coming off a loss in the Big Ten championship game and how gettable they are. I do feel like, though, the fact that they don't really have to protect a perfect season anymore, I'm glad that's kind of, listen, I'm all for an undefeated season. And if they were to beat Indiana, that's what we'd be talking about, a chance to go 16-0 and be that team. Now that that's gone, the only thing is be the last team standing. That's the criteria. But the game within the game, the way Indiana handled Ohio State's offensive line, Joshua, where are you on Miami's defensive line being able to equal what Indiana did?
I think it's kind of two different approaches. So Indiana's defense on their defensive line, they like to move a lot. It's twists, it's stunts, it's all the things to create unblocked players. And for Miami, a lot of it is, well, we got guys who are going in the first round, so we're just going to let them eat. So I think the approach on how you have to block them is different. But I think Indiana's biggest superpower in that game was the way they were able to manipulate the looks in the secondary, so Julian had to hold the ball a little bit longer. In Miami's defense, they play man-to-man. They play a little bit of cover 3. They switch up with quarter, half, or they play quarters. It's not the same thing in terms of the complexity. So I'm not sure that Julian's going to be in a spot where he has to hold the ball as long. The one thing I will say about Ohio State's offensive line coming out of the Indiana game, Bo Jackson, like 5 yards of carry in that game, right? So not everything was bad. Like, it was a decent day running the football, right? You have to make sure that you can protect the quarterback. But I think in terms of trying to use that game as some sort of measuring stick, we're looking at two completely different defenses here anyway.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, guys, because, I mean, very well said, Joshua. You look at this Ohio State team, it's pretty rare you're going to go through a regular season, only give up 6 sacks through the entire regular season, but then Indiana gets 5. So you wonder, what's the aberration? Was it they didn't really play Murderer's Row during the regular season, and Julian Sand gets the ball out quick? Or was like the Indiana game like a sign of things to come? I don't know. I tend to think if you're going to go through a regular season, only give up 6 sacks all year, you're a good pass pro line. And Ohio State's offensive line played considerably better when Gabe Van Sickle went in there, replacing Tegra. So my guess is right now, and again, the great thing about sports is we're about to find out. My guess is Ohio State actually has a pretty good pass pro line. Indiana got after them. Credit to Indiana for that. But Miami fans that are just harping on, well, Ohio State's offensive line is terrible. Look what they did against Indiana. Like Joshua said, that's one game. Overall, Ohio State's been a pretty good pass pro line. Now, did they face a lot of great defensive lines? No, but Texas was good. Michigan was good. They faced some good defensive lines. Indiana was the best so far. Miami's is better than Indiana's. Sorry, Anthony.
Well, listen,
but no
apologies necessary.
But I'm confident the offensive line will at least get a stalemate tonight. And if that happens, It's going to be a good night for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, listen, Miami went into A&M, who hadn't lost at home this year, and toughed out a win. It's a kind of a tough game to gauge because it was windy.
Who did A&M play?
Yeah, I don't know.
This year?
I'll take a look.
Notre Dame, and they had the easiest schedule in the SEC.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not like clowning them. They really did.
I guess what my point is that they handled one of the biggest, most experienced O-lines in A&M. So, forget the atmosphere and all that. The fact that they won it there.
Though, the thing about A&M, and part of the reason why they got caught up is Marcel Reed is a hold the football kind of quarterback. And so I think as big a part of this is when it's time to take the shots, take the shots. But when it's time to get the football out, don't sit back there in the pocket patting the football.
We're going to find out, like Dave said, because the narrative is that Miami has a better O-line than Ohio State and a better D-line than Ohio State. Like, that's where they have to win the game.
The D-line is what I have the biggest problem with. Yeah. And Miami has a really good defensive line. Actually, the biggest thing I have a problem with when people say Miami's offensive line
I struggle
has the advantage over Ohio State's defensive line. You almost can make an argument that Miami's defensive line, they're both elite.
Right.
But when I hear that Miami's offensive line has the advantage over Ohio State's defensive line, I just say,
maybe
okay,
in weight.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, Caden McDonald, to me, guys, is the best one tech in the country. Not one of the best, the best. Caden Curry has 11 sacks. Kenyatta Jackson's going to be a problem tonight. And Tywone Malone, I was worried about depth on the D-line or D-tackle this year. He stepped up. As a starter, you have Edric Houston. Hopefully Will Smith Jr. is going to be okay tonight. He's been solid. Listen, I mean, we'll see who's right. But, I think Ohio State's defensive line has the clear advantage over Miami's offensive line.
I know Caden McDonald has an advantage over the interior of Miami's offensive line. Yeah. Just from watching the game tape of what I've seen, I feel like that's a matchup that Buckeye fans should like.
Well, that's a huge part of this because the guy that really won the A&M game was Mark Fletcher. He's the guy. He got 172 rushing yards.
Former Buckeye commit, and he looked good.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that game was physical. It wasn't like some soft butter game. He was good.
Yeah.
Miami was able to control the line of scrimmage. And a lot of A&M guys were skeptical of what the Hurricanes could do in the trenches, and they wound up winning that game in the trenches, and then a defensive play at the end of the game. The one weird stat, Joshua, I'm glad you brought up, whether they had to hold the ball. I thought Indiana covered pretty well, and it maybe made Julian process things a little differently than he had all season. But they said Julian Sain held the ball for 3.4 seconds on average, which is the highest a quarterback has held the ball for Ohio State in years. Now I'm not going to split hairs on 3.4 or whatever other quarterbacks did, but he's not a guy that loves to run. He can run.
Sure.
And so I wonder whether we will see in red zone, third and short, fourth and short, would the Lincoln Keenholz package come in tonight? I know people were calling for it last time because it wasn't working in the red zone. So if you are going to bring in kind of jumbo, then do that at quarterback as well.
Right.
And they didn't.
Yeah, I think that should be part of the thought process there. I think anytime, especially when the field gets short, where you can bring in a running element at quarterback, it helps because you don't have the space, but then you can manipulate the numbers. You get better numbers in the run game. So that has to be a factor there. I would also say, though, Ryan Day, when you're coaching these guys through hey, listen, go 1, 2, 3 in the progression. If it's not there, get whatever's on the ground, right? It feels like Julian has been a guy who's done that at times, but I think usually when he's trying to escape, he's looking to throw the football as well. And sometimes the best play is 3 yards of grass in front of you. And I think that has to be maybe the next step in what he does as he's working through his progressions and then escapes the pocket.
Dave, he's been unflappable all year, but like Paul mentioned, he's had a couple of picks in the last couple of games. The Indiana game, his first instinct wasn't to maybe find the vacated spot. It was to kind of sprint right away from the blitz. Where do you see his evolution tonight as far as taking on playoff pressure now? He's handled pressure. Texas game in the opener, Michigan game on the road, he comes back from a pick. The Big Ten championship game, obviously there's a lot of experience there, but what do you see now for him versus what we had last year in Will Howard?
Yeah, obviously he's not going to major in running the ball, but when he has a clear first down, I'm sure they've coached this in him, go get it. He's shown it at times this year, just not enough. He's willing to go. He did it once in the Michigan game. There's a couple other times. So it's not like he hasn't done it, but if you have a clear first down, go get it, move the chains. I think Sain's going to play well tonight. You look at the short yardage and red zone situations are a concern of mine, though, because you look at the Ryan Day era as a whole, Ohio State's offenses have been explosive and overall been very good. If you're a Buckeye fan, that's the bottom line. Ryan Day's offenses have been very good. But the one exception to the rule as far as red zone and short yardage was last year. Guys, they were really good at it, and like Joshua said, when your quarterback is a threat to run the ball, that changes everything. And did Will Howard have a lot of rushing yards last year? No. Did he get a lot of first downs with his legs? Yes. Touchdowns with his legs? Yes. And then that opened it up for the best tailback tandem that I've ever seen at Ohio State. I missed Archie and Pete, and Quinshawn and Trey. So they were good last year in short yardage. They were good last year in the red zone. But pretty much every other year they have not been. So that is one of my concerns tonight for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch that tonight when they get in there. And will they even attempt to kick tonight? Like, I wonder if it has to be like so perfect. Like, it's got to be like 4th and 8 at the 26 or 28. Like, maybe he can make it. He's got leg, but it's too far to go for it on 4th down.
Like Oregon last year, they get up like 28-0 or something. Okay, we'll let them kick now.
Because on the other aspect of this, though, and this is real, if you stay away from him in typical kicking situations and you go for it and it doesn't work, then you almost feed more into the no confidence in him.
100%.
So that if you need him later in a close game, so maybe the best thing to do is if it's a normal kicking opportunity, you don't even think twice. You send him out there and you play the situation game. If he's good, you ride it. If he's bad, then you decide later.
This is part of what I struggle with. I think that's been mostly their approach, too, is trying to build confidence into him. I struggle with specialists to begin with because I watch these dudes during practice standing there with their helmets, chilling while we're busting our ass. And so it's like, you got the one thing to do, you got to do it. But in this situation, 100%, the mentality of your kicker is the most important thing. So if you're around the guy and you feel like he needs to get those confidence kicks, put him out there. Yeah. Like, don't try to hide him from the world and then expect to trot him out there in a big-time situation.
That's right. Yeah. All right, well, we'll see. He's So Money is sponsored by Kemba Financial Credit Union. We'll find out if he has a money moment tonight. We'll come back and we'll go back to Arlington and talk to our guy, Jim Lachey, and talk about that right side of the line and the rotation and everything that Jim Lachey expects tonight out of that O-line. This is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Fan Tailgate Show. Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places on the Fan.
All the Ohio State conversation you can handle. The Buckeye Show.
Weeknights at 6.
Your Ohio State flagship station. The Fan.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team. The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call the Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
When safety matters most, trust the team that never cuts corners. F.E. Moran delivers comprehensive fire protection solutions across Ohio, protecting lives, property, and peace of mind. From fire sprinklers and alarms to backflow prevention, security systems, and fire extinguisher services, F.E. Moran's nationwide team of experts uses the latest technology to keep you compliant and protected. With decades of trusted experience in commercial, industrial, and special hazard protection, F.E. Moran doesn't just meet expectations, they exceed them. Visit femoran.com today to learn more. F.E. Moran, protecting what matters most.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new Toyota, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through January 5th, you can get 4.75 APR financing on any remaining new 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander, including hybrid models, with approved credit through TFS. Plus, you get Toyota Care 2 years, no-cost maintenance. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We're back to football talk, but before we kick off, a quick thanks to Bob and the team at Worthington Jewelers.
Thanks, Common Man. Whether it's game day or every day, we're here to help you celebrate life's biggest moments.
Worthington Jewelers, your hometown jeweler.
What he said.
When you need a mini excavator or a not-so-mini excavator, lean on Green, Sunbelt Rentals. With the largest rental fleet and hardest working equipment experts in Columbus, we can help you take a big step toward a mini excavator in one of 17 different sizes, from 2,000 to 18,000-pound machines, with 6 to 24 feet of reach and 5 to 15 feet digging depth. Though in the most rental locations, and it's no wonder the Columbus builders who are building Columbus lean on Green. Sunbelt Rentals. Learn more at sunbeltrentals.com.
We're back to football talk, but before we kick off, a quick thanks to Bob and the team at Worthington Jewelers.
Thanks, Common Man. Whether it's game day or every day, we're here to help you celebrate life's biggest moments.
Worthington Jewelers, your hometown jeweler.
What he said.
Hi, I'm Kim Holderness.
And I'm Penn Holderness. You don't have to have an amazing race to the doctor, but you should make time for routine cancer screenings.
I schedule my mammogram and other cancer screenings around my birthday and then treat myself to lunch.
I do too, because, of course, everyone likes lunch.
The C word can be scary, but routine screenings can detect cancer before symptoms appear.
And early detection equals better outcomes.
Go to preventcancer.org to find out which cancer screenings you need.
Once there was a man who couldn't stand.
A mom who couldn't wait.
A scientific community that said it couldn't be done.
And then you.
And then I.
And then we brought neuromuscular disease into screaming color with the Muscular Dystrophy Association.
For 75 years, our voices have thundered through the halls of Congress.
We've willed the impossible into existence.
We've pushed the science,
raised the funds,
shifted the narrative,
and transformed the reality of life with neuromuscular diseases.
For 75 years, we've built communities together,
established the field of neuromuscular medicine,
and made it thrive.
Call that a legacy.
Call it impact.
Call it momentum.
Just call it ours.
Because it's the generations of community heroes that give MDA the strength we have today.
And until neuromuscular disease is a thing of the past, you couldn't stop us if you tried.
Join us and celebrate 75 years of breakthroughs at MDA75.org.
What's the best way to make sure you don't miss any of your favorite fan shows? Oh no. Download the Fan app, silly.
Ah, damn it, I knew that.
App Store, Google Play, or just scream right at your phone. Psst, you can also listen to Buckeye games. Do it now.
The Fan Guest Hotline is sponsored by Patriot Air Comfort Systems and Bryant, doing whatever it takes to keep your home comfortable. The Fan.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you? You know what I'm saying?
You're listening to the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis & Associates and Mountain Dew.
Your home of the Buckeyes, The Fan. It's time to check in with Buckeye color analyst and president of the Large Hand Society, Jim Lachey.
Sponsored by Ohio State Army ROTC. Leadership starts here. Visit arotc.osu.edu.
All right, we have the big man in Arlington, Texas, Jim Lachey, our friend, the former All-American and Super Bowl champ. So glad to have you here, Jim, and thanks for making the time for us as usual. Ohio State fan wants to know, Gabe Van Sickle, Josh Padilla, the guys that are certainly rotating in that place there for Tegra Shabola, who is listed as doubtful for tonight. Tell me the challenge. What do you expect? How do you expect this offensive line to look tonight against Miami?
Yeah, to me, it looks like Gabe Van Sickle will get that start at right guard. You know, having a chance to be at practices the last couple of weeks, he's gotten a majority of those reps. They call him Psycho, right? So you know that he's got some qualities that you need for an offensive lineman. So he's going to have to play that well tonight against a very, very good Miami defensive line. But, you know, you come back and think about last year, the injuries that they've had, you know, with our center, Seth McLaughlin, getting hurt, you know, losing Simmons early in the year, you know, getting that Oregon game. Other guys had to step up, especially a guy like Donovan Jackson. And then you saw Luke Montgomery, you know, come into the playoffs as a sophomore. And, you know, that's kind of how I'm looking at Gabe Van Sickle. He's a sophomore, waiting for his opportunity. As Joshua can tell you, there's great backups at Ohio State. So, you know, they're waiting for an opportunity, and he's going to get that tonight. So he's got to go out there and play like a starter, act like a starter, do all the things that he's done. You know, there's a reason he's here at Ohio State. He's been developed this year. He's had a lot of practices underneath his belt. Now it's go time. Now it's to go out there and put it on film and have a great game against a, you know, very good interior front and obviously the edge players that Miami has. So it's going to be a challenge not just for the right guard spot, but for everybody across the board. And I expect, you know, that, you know, the play calling that to move the pocket around a little bit. Don't try to stay in there 5-6 seconds for some deep shots. Move it around a little bit, you know, throw on time and get the ball out of that pocket. You don't want to stay there and give them opportunities to make plays. You want to make sure you're kind of controlling the tempo offensively. And then you got to be able to run the ball too. You know, open up the perimeter a little bit. Get those guys moving around, running, chasing, you know, throw it left, throw it right, get those guys a little bit tired, and then, you know, run them out a little bit. So that's going to be, you know, part of game planning, part of play calling is to put those guys in the best position tonight.
All right, Jim, let's flip it over to the other side. And looking at Miami, they've got talent on that offense, obviously. It starts with the veteran quarterback and Carson Beck. Mark Fletcher, running back's done a great job. Malachi Toney, the young wide receiver, very good player, and a big offensive line. So for Ohio State's defense tonight, what do you see as the biggest challenge in corralling Miami's offense?
Yeah, obviously you got to get pressure. Anytime you go into a game plan, if you're a defense, you want to make sure you stop the run, keep them behind the chains, get them in second and long, get them in third and long. Put it in the quarterback's hands to make some plays out there. And you're right, Malachi Toney has been fabulous, for this Hurricane offense, just as a true freshman. 89 receptions on the year. He's thrown a TD. He's thrown 2 TDs. He's rushed for a TD. He's caught the ball, 8 times in the end zone. So he's a guy that you're going to have to lock down. Whether it's Jermaine Matthews or Davidson Igbinosin, they got to understand where he's going to be because they're going to move him around and see if they can make plays with him. Mark Fletcher was fabulous last week. He controlled the tempo on a very windy day against Texas A&M. He was a difference maker, career high 172 yards in that ball game. So he's a guy that you can't let break out and make plays. Got to be sure tackler. Sonny Styles, I don't think he's missed a tackle all year. Coming off a 12 tackle game against Indiana, he's going to have to play the same way. Arvell Reese is going to have to step up. And then you got Caleb Downs. He's got to make sure everybody's lined up on that defense, making plays. This is his 3rd year in the college football playoff, so he's a guy that has a lot of experience in these games. It's time for him to shine, really, on the big lights. Come on, he's got to be the guy that gets everybody lined up and then go out there and make some plays. And I think Matt Patricia, studying this offense for the last week or so, will have some answers to get after these guys. Caden Curry, Kenyatta Jackson, Caden McDonald inside have been good all year long. They're going to have to play at their highest level. And I go back and I think, last year, this team coming off a loss, what'd they do? Well, they won 4 games in a row, won a national championship. Start the year with a 12 games. So that's 16 games they won. They had, a little bit of fire to them. And I think that's going to have to be the case. Again, if they want to make a run here and be the only team in the history of the program to win at Ohio State back-to-back national championship. So you get one shot, you get, one game at a time. But tonight they got to go out there and really play as a team.
Jim, going back to Gabe Van Sickle for a moment, what stands out about him from your vantage point? And also, do you expect to see Josh Padilla rotate in the game tonight?
There's possibilities. I think that, both those guys have had reps, during practice. I think majority of the reps have went to Van Sickle, so he's got to be ready to go because you're a play away. Busted chin strap, your helmet comes off, whatever. You got to have somebody that can run in there and finish. And I think, he's going to be that next man up. He should be healthy. He had that shoulder injury, towards week 7, week 8, so he missed a little bit of time. But I think he's back, trying to get that shoulder healthy and then go out there and get his technique good. So I think he's going to be ready to go and play. But right now, what I see out of Gabe Van Sickle, I see good feet. I see some strength and power. I think he finishes blocks well. Obviously when they call him Psycho or Sicko, he's able to, finish things, and that's going to have to be the case today. Taking care of that first level, the defensive lineman, and taking those guys up to that second level into the linebacker area and make plays and stick on blocks, by, having good technique, having good balance, using your feet and running your feet through contact, all those type of things you need to be a good offensive lineman. I think he's shown it, but now you got to do it on game day, right? Practice is one thing. Game day is a totally different thing. Now you got to go and perform, and I expect him to go perform along with this whole offensive line to go out there and do what they're trained to do.
Well done, my man. We'll let you get ready and gear up for the big game tonight. Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys.
That is our friend Jim Lachey, presented by Ohio State Army ROTC. Leadership starts here. Visit arotc.osu.edu. Ohio State hasn't allowed an opponent to score more than 16 in a game this season. That doesn't bode well for Miami. I mean, they're playing their 5th game against a top 40 scoring defense, and we know where Ohio State is. They're way up high in the top 5, maybe the best overall. The most the Hurricanes, and I'm looking at their schedule, the most that they've managed to score in any of those 4 previous games was 27. That was in the season opener against Notre Dame. Are you guys more confident in Ohio State's defense versus their offense, or Ohio State's offense versus their defense?
It's always going to be Ohio State's defense is where my confidence is. And as you mentioned, what they've done this year has been remarkable in terms of scoring defense, but they make it hard in every facet of the game. It's a difficult front to try to run on. It's difficult to diagnose what they're doing in the secondary to try to throw on them. And once again, Miami certainly had success running the football against Texas A&M. That was a defense that I looked at all year long, and I said their run fits are a little bit off, guys getting out of gaps. It's not a very sound defense. Ohio State makes you earn it. So my confidence is in that Ohio State defense.
I agree 100%. When I think about this game, and I thought about it a lot, obviously, over the last week, and I started to have a little trepidation, I think, man, this Matt Patricia defense against this Miami offense, and it's not a bad offense. It's a good offense. Number 34 total offense in the country, but Ohio State's defense is the number one defense in the country in basically any metric that matters. So I definitely have more confidence in Ohio State's defense against Miami's offense.
All right, he's planted his flag down there in Big D. Our friend Tim May will join us next as we continue here. This is the Curtis & Associates Fan Tailgate Show. Remember, they don't get paid unless you get paid, right here on The Fan.
If the sound of another man slammed against plexiglass turns you on, you've come to the right place. Proud to be your home for Jackets hockey. The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Hey Columbus, it's Lorenzo Stiles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. It's football season, and just like on the field, success starts with the right game plan and the right team. That's why I'm proud to team up with Monogram Homes. They're the true custom home builder, bringing precision, creativity, and attention to every detail, just like we do on Saturdays. If you're ready to build, don't settle for standard. Go custom. Go Monogram. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
Taking out the trash. Hey, Columbus, this is Zach Bourne.
And Jacoby Bourne.
When it comes to waste service, you want a team that knows how to deliver under pressure, just like Saturdays in the fall.
At Bourne Brothers Waste Services, our team is built on toughness, teamwork, and consistent execution.
We're the most reliable and customer service-focused waste company in Central Ohio.
Whether it is recycling, trash, construction waste, roll-off containers, front loads, or compactors, we have it handled.
Call now or visit BourneBrothers.com and let us tackle your waste needs.
Taking out the trash.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 2.99 APR financing on remaining new 25 Tacomas. Excludes TRD Pro and Trailhunter. Or lease a well-equipped 25 Tacoma SR5 for $259 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new family, a new room, but never a space that felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Hey guys, 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty here, and I'm the Innovation Ambassador at FAIR, Food Allergy and Research Education. I would say the most challenging thing as a parent of a kid who has a food allergy is probably the ignorance that I myself had in the beginning. I didn't know what anaphylactic shock was. I didn't know the dangers, let alone the things that she needed to be able to have a normal life. When you go to drop your kid off, on every single time in the beginning, we'd have to go through everything she was allergic to. Preparation is everything. And me, for playing football for 13 years, it was all throughout the course of the week. It's getting ready for game day. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook, read labels, keep it allergy friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Because when my family's safe from food allergens, that's the real victory. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars, Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. This is the Fans Game Day Scoreboard.
This game day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
Happy New Year's Eve. I'm Jacob Reimer. After a long 24 days to prepare, the wait is almost over as the second-ranked Ohio State football team gets ready for the Cotton Bowl against number 10 Miami. Kickoff tonight from Dallas is at 7:30. Paul and Jim get their coverage started here on the Fan at 6 o'clock. Elsewhere in college football, number 23 Iowa took down 14th-ranked Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl 34-27. Other bowl games live right now. Duke is up on Arizona State 28-24 at halftime of the Sun Bowl. Number 18 Michigan and number 13 Texas are tied at 17 at halftime of the Citrus Bowl. And Nebraska trails 15th-ranked Utah in the Las Vegas Bowl 17-14 in the closing minutes of the first half. Breaking sports news when it happens on the Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
This is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis and Associates and Mountain Dew.
Your forever flagship home of Ohio State athletics. The Fan.
All right, back at it. The Toyota Fan Tailgate Show presented by Mountain Dew. This man may be all jacked up on Mountain Dew. He's our friend Tim May, and he's down there subletting the booth, and we feel good about that. How you feeling, my man? Happy pre-New Year.
I'm feeling great. I had a little bit of a cold over the Christmas holidays, thanks to a guy I sat to at the Big Ten championship game. I'm all over that, but I still lose my voice every now and then, which is good news for you guys.
You sat next to Patrick Murphy at the Big Ten championship game, huh?
No, I sat next to Chase Brown, which was like sitting next to Patrick Murphy. If you follow my drift.
Wow, yeah. So you got to pin down to the source.
Yes, okay. I do. I know it wasn't Joshua Perry.
That's right.
It was not me.
He's never sick.
Yes. There you go.
All right, so everyone's got a pretty good vibe on this game as far as the layoff.
We think.
We think. Going to help Ohio State. Where are you? Because this is opposite. Even though they had the similar layoff last year going to the playoff, now they're the team that had to wait, and the team they play caught a little momentum. Now, you watched that Miami A&M game. I don't know if anybody got any real confidence coming out of that other than they won the game and they advanced. But they gutted it out. It was a tough atmosphere. They had to make a defensive play at the end of that game. Where are you on Miami staying with Ohio State until the fourth quarter tonight? Are you feeling that will happen?
I really like that layoff playoff rhyme you had there in the middle of it. You're a poet and you didn't even know it. It's all. I think I don't mean to make this simplistic, but to me it's if Ohio State takes care of its business, which means no turnovers, limit the mistakes in terms of penalties, etc. I think they're the better team. They should prevail. And I know, like Jim Lachey and I were just sitting here talking about that. If that touchdown drive had not happened for Miami there in the fourth quarter at Texas A&M, we wouldn't even be talking right now about Mark Fletcher and Malachi Toney being these threats and stuff, right? So things can happen in a heartbeat in a football game that change your perspective on what's going on. I think Ohio State's the better team, and if they can protect, they can throw the ball on these guys. For one reason, I just like I like their schematic advantage when it comes to throwing the ball against Miami. And then when you figure the two best receivers in the country are both close as they've been to 100% healthy since August, in Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, I just think it gives them an advantage, but you still got to get the ball to them. And then you add in there Max Clare, Brandon Ennis, Bo Jackson even out of the backfield. And I'm just talking about the passing game. You still got to be able to protect. Is Bo Jackson going to be able to step up there and pass pro and add a few things? Will Kazmarek, I would think they'd have an extra tight end, maybe a lot in this game, just to help until they get a feel for what Ruben Bain and company are all about. And the other way of doing that is just, hey, go out there and play your game and see if your tackles can handle Ruben Bain and company, right? So there's two ways to look at that. But I just think Ohio State eventually will hold sway because the number one thing is Ohio State has the better defense in this game, and in my opinion. And I think they eventually get to Carson Beck mentally and then physically.
All right, Tim, you've been at this for quite a while, seen a lot of teams getting ready for the postseason. You see their demeanor as they're preparing. You hear the quotes that are coming out of the press conferences. Yep. Where does this team compare to some of the other teams, Ohio State teams, that you've watched?
It's an interesting dynamic, Joshua, because I don't want to over-dramatize this, but I sense a sort of a low-key rage about this Ohio State team, because the last time they played, they left embarrassed. I mean, you can label it anything you want, but basically they left embarrassed. They got beat by a team that they don't think is as good as them. And then when you add in there the fact they got inside the 10-yard line on 2 different occasions, drives, et cetera, and came out with 0 points on both sides, well, you could see what they think could have been if they'd just taken care of a little bit more business. And so I think, remember Carnell Tate, I even posted a quote from him talking about felt like the offense let the team down. He didn't necessarily say the defense, but the team, right? And of course, then you have a defense give up a lead-taking touchdown drive with a back shoulder throw. Jermaine Matthews, he had that to deal with, and then you got your field goal kicker who missed a 27-yard field goal. So all 3 phases of the game feel like they weren't up to snuff, and I think that's, in my opinion, that's a good thing for Ohio State going into this game.
I don't know why so many people are singing in the press box right now, but I'll move right along.
Dude, this is the worst. Last year, I remember trying to do this show from the open press box, and the Kilgore Ranger Reds came out and practiced the same routine like 4 times. It's one of the loudest PA systems in the country.
You need to go down there and regulate things. You're Tim May. You know what I'm saying?
I'm already eyeballing who I need to take care of right now.
Hey, listen.
You might join in.
Hey,
Texas. It's a choir. It's going to look like a fight at Roadhouse. Go ahead now.
There's been a lot of talk about Ohio State's defensive line against Miami's offensive line. A lot of strong opinions out there about that matchup. Yeah. In your opinion, Tim, who has the advantage?
I want to see it first. You know what I mean? When you go to watch a heavyweight boxing match, because that's what this is going to be. I want to watch it with my own eyes and see who does have the advantage. Because the reason I'm saying I'm not copping out, but everybody talked about in 2002. Everybody talked about Miami's offensive line was the best offensive line in the country, and Ohio State's defensive front was going to have trouble, and it was exactly the opposite of that. Mm-hmm. Will Smith, Sr., Darian Scott and company took care of business. Tim
Anderson, Kenny Peterson.
Tim Anderson, one of the most underrated or underpublicized players who ever played at the Ohio State University, including, in that overtime win over Illinois that year. But so I'm kind of like, I want to watch it, but Philip Daniels is looking forward to this match. So is Austin Saraville. Talked to those guys the other day. Their ends are really the question mark. I know they've got 2 good tackles, and they kind of mix and match things underneath, but they don't play the same style as Indiana, or at least going into this, they don't. You got to figure they got to try some of the Indiana stuff out because it worked, right, on occasion. But I think that is it, because if Ohio State, like I said, can protect on a consistent basis, they're going to move the ball on these guys.
Tim, what's the significant prediction you would have on what the offense looks like with Ryan Day pulling the strings versus Brian Hartline? Or is there
maybe a little different from what you see, but how do you judge them, because they're playing a different team? And I'm not copping out once again, but I would think Ryan Day has an edge to him right now that's palpable, and I would think you want to be as aggressive as you can be in a game like this, reminiscent of what they did against Georgia back in 2022. I think you want to come out, use what you have that no other team in the country have, which is Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, the tandem. Get Bo Jackson going in some form or fashion, or Isaiah West. Get them going in some form or fashion. But you want to be aggressive. But that doesn't mean throwing the ball deep 2 out of 3 times. Aggressive means getting that intermediate stuff going over the middle, trusting your quarterback, who's now played 13 games, to read things and throw it to the right guy, because we know he's going to be accurate as long as he has time to throw. So I think you want to be as aggressive as possible, but not be stupid with it. So that's what I think Ryan Day's going to do.
All right, Enrico.
You know why?
Yeah.
You know why?
Why is that?
Because he is still rear end hurt by that pathetic offensive showing against Indiana. He really is.
Tim refuses.
Hurt.
Tim
I clean it up, baby.
Butt hurt.
Yeah. I clean it up.
Hurt. Love it.
I'm not like Biddle and Perry. I clean it up.
That's right.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Clean up nice.
Yeah.
All right, Enrico Palazzo, get on down here and warm up.
Hey, they got this choir singing that's actually pretty good. Because reason I want to let you know it was a choir because I know y'all can hear it.
Are you standing up? You're standing up right now for our national anthem.
Yeah, I am. So is Jim. Every time they play it, I was the official scorer in Lufkin one time for a state baseball intermediate or Babe Ruth style football baseball tournament. 21 games. They played the national anthem before every one of them, and I'm not saying it tainted me, but it did leave me a little bit weak-kneed. Let me put it that way.
But it kept you brave and strong. I know that.
Did. Yes, it did.
All right, my friend. Well done. Enjoy the game, my friend, and we'll talk to you on the other side of the new year.
You got it. Always enjoy you fellas. You know that.
Thank you.
Thanks,
That
Tim.
is our friend Tim May down in Arlington. The kickoff forecast brought to you by Sunbelt Rentals. See why the Columbus Builders building Columbus lean on green. So 57 degrees outside of the stadium. Nice, comfy 68 to 70 inside. So, listen, it would have been football weather outside if they played it, but we got the Jerry World. And the Buckeyes, if there's an advantage, Joshua, maybe that's it. It's just that things have gone pretty well for Ohio State and Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I played down there. We had a great time.
Great. Yeah, it was a great time.
So, I mean, I will say, I think there is a comfort to having been in all of these big environments. What they did last year, like, there's a comfort walking into this. What they do seems like every year, these guys just have a plan. They know how to handle the time off. They know how to travel. They'll be A-okay.
All right, what are the best bets for tonight's quarterfinal matchup? Scotty Vegas will jump on next. It is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Fan Tailgate Show right here on The Fan.
Bobby Carpenter demands that you watch Morning Juice on YouTube. If you don't, Tito will move into your house.
Live at 6 a.m. on YouTube and streaming on the Fan app.
Our clients deserve for us to care, and they deserve to feel serviced. They have questions, and they deserve answers. We're counselors first because I'm not selling them anything. I'm trying to teach clients how to protect themselves. At Curtis & Associates, we're personal injury attorneys. We've helped and continue to help hundreds and hundreds of clients every year. That's important to us. If you've been injured in an accident and it's not your fault, call now. 614-GOT-HURT. That's 614-GOT-HURT. Curtis & Associates, attorneys who care.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team. The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call the Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Welcome back to the KeyBank Financial Playbook with Jeremiah Smith.
This play is called the rainy day out because everyone needs an emergency fund for a rainy day.
Jeremiah fakes left, past impulse buys and subscriptions, then gains 3 to 6 months expenses right into the rainy day fund. What a gain!
That's money in the bank.
Poetry in motion, JJ. Until next time, KeyBank opens doors.
KeyBank, member FDIC.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In honor of all those we've lost to cancer and those still fighting and thriving, like basketball analyst and cancer champion Dick Vitale.
I want to beat cancer. I'm going to beat it. That's no doubt in my mind. I'm going to win this battle.
Defeating cancer will take all of us. Join our team to help fund game-changing research that saves lives. At the V Foundation, V is for victory over cancer. V is for victory over the odds. V is for victory over health disparities, victory over setbacks, victory over the unknown. V is for victory over giving up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Donate to the V Foundation to join our team and help save lives.
Cancer can take away all my physical abilities. It cannot touch my mind, it cannot touch my heart, and it cannot touch my soul.
100% of donations fund game-changing cancer research. Donate now to the V Foundation at v.org.
Some journeys start small, with small pause and big purpose.
Look how little you are, you sweet girl.
Every great partnership begins with the first step.
Bella, let's go.
Guiding them through the world so one day they can guide someone through life. With shared experience, confidence grows, and the path becomes clear. It takes time, patience, and love. But the reward lasts a lifetime.
Good girl, Bella.
You don't just raise a puppy. You raise a future. Become a Dogs Inc. puppy raiser. Give a dog a purpose. Give someone hope.
Learn more at dogsinc.org.
Attack and dominate. Morning Juice is on YouTube and 10TV Plus.
Sponsored by Riverside Bank of Dublin.
Join Bobby Carpenter and Tito weekdays starting at 6 or watch on demand. More Bobby, less commercials. The Fan. Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
The 10TV Weather Impact Alert Day will be in place for this evening into the early part of the new year as snow showers push through the region. Watch for slick spots on the roads and blowing snow that could cause low visibility. Heading into the overnight, temperatures fall to the teens. Will be in the 20s, but dry New Year's Day into the 30s and dry Friday. Our temperatures stay cold into the weekend. That's your latest 10 Weather Impact forecast. I'm meteorologist Michael Behrens on 97.1 The Fan.
That was one hell of a game, huh?
Start ringing that victory bell. This is the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis and Associates and Mountain Dew.
Your home for Ohio State athletics. The Fan.
All righty, we have some movement, and I want to know why. And why is it moving this way? Now, it's not in every book, but I did look on Bet365, and it's down to 7.5. And so clearly some money came in on Miami. And the man to explain why is this guy, Scotty Vegas, and our best bets for tonight, the handicapper to the stars. With us now, of course, we'll be at Hollywood Casino as well together, my friend. So pre-Happy New Year. Hopefully we can get one last winning bet in on our 2025 stats before we go to 26. Are you seeing the same movement I'm seeing, or is this just in one place?
I'm seeing it, Anthony. I'm seeing it, and I'm honestly a little shocked.
Yep.
Because we saw the total for the game come down a couple points. So it was 42.5 for about a week. It was 42.5, and it came down to 40.5. And the reason it came down to 40.5 is you had sharp money come in. The percentage of tickets is still on the over, which is a low total, obviously. But the percentage of tickets are on the over. However, the sharp money was coming in on the under. So they moved the total from 42.5 down to 40.5. But you're right, we can't bury the lead here. The spread has moved significantly from 9.5 to 7.5. And I got to tell you, I was shocked to see because we saw that number at 9.5 for a very long time. And I thought if there was going to be any movement whatsoever, maybe you'd get across that key number of 10 and maybe get up to 10 or 10.5. But it went the other way. So now we're at 7.5. So kind of crazy, wild movement.
Yeah, the only thing I can attribute that to is maybe coming off Ohio State losing to Indiana and the fact that they didn't score a lot of points, and Miami's got a defensive line that is formidable, and maybe they do feel like Beck, when he gets in a rhythm, is a very good quarterback. Now, it's Ohio State's job to take him out of rhythm, and we'll see what Matt Patricia does there. But you mentioned the over-under, and I talked to you earlier. Boy, I don't even know if I want to mess with that number. Because I look at this game and I feel like it should go under, but boy, that number's so low. I don't even know if I can be tempted to bet that.
Well, here's how I would kind of look at it. Here's a couple things why I also think that number moved a little bit. They're expecting it to be a lower scoring game. Typically, lower scoring game, you're not going to see the huge spreads. So I think when you're expecting a game to be less than or right around 40 points, asking a spread to be over 7.5 is a big number.
Right.
When we're looking at this though, and the over under at 40.5 and the spread at 7.5, I think what comes into play, Anthony, is a lot of people are going to be doing teasers. So you could do a 6-point tease where you move that line, which is 7.5, move it down to Ohio State minus 1.5, and then you could move the total up to 46.5 and go under the total. So I think that's what we're going to probably see a lot of when we see the line movement of it being 7.5. I think it opens it up for a lot of teaser plays.
All right, my friend, take your Ohio State fandom out of it for a second, if possible. All right, you have to bet however much money. What's your advice on this game, the spread and the over-under?
Well, Dave, you know me. I've got a lot of bets already out there. I will tell you that I have been playing a lot of Big Ten in these bowl games. I took Illinois on the money line yesterday. That came through with a last-second field goal. I took a lot of these Big Ten teams. I took Iowa on the money line against Vanderbilt. I've been putting these together, watching these Big Ten teams. And I know bowl games are generally meaningless, right, Dave? But when you see the Big Ten dominate bowl season, it gives you a little bit more confidence. I'll tell you what, I love that the movement. I love that it's coming down to 7.5. I'm in on Ohio State. I got a big money line parlay out there. So I'm on the Buckeyes. And then as far as the total, I told you right at the when we knew the matchup. Once Miami took care of Texas A&M, my score prediction was 24-10, which was a low total, right? It's 34 points. That's still significantly under the over-under of 40.5. So I love the under. And then as far as the side, I love Ohio State. And I would, if you're looking to bet this, buy the point. So if it stays at 7.5, buy the point down to Ohio State minus 6.5. I think that's the play.
Yeah, so I saw the money line at 350 earlier this week, and now it's down to 320, which implies what, about a 75% chance Ohio State wins the game. So minus 320 is right around there. That's the implication of that. So I would like to pair that with a couple, and I might actually just – I love the spread coming down as well, because if you're on Ohio State's side, this is a dream scenario for you, because with that number coming down, you don't have to worry about anything. Unless we run into a Buffalo-Philadelphia game and, that ends on a point and you're teasing that thing to 1.5. That wouldn't feel good, but I understand that you got to pay a serious freight to bet Ohio State on the money line. So, but I would like to pair that, and maybe you could tell me what you'd like me to pair that with. Like if I just have Ohio State on the money line, let's go through the other ones real quick. Oregon, Texas Tech, and Bama, Indiana, and Ole Miss, Georgia. Where do you stand on those?
So the one that I like the most, and actually, talking to people, they actually don't like this pick. But watching Ole Miss play against Tulane, I was pretty impressed by them. All right, they played a full 60-minute game, unlike Oregon. I like that you're getting a touchdown in that game. Georgia's good. They've been playing good. However, if you look back to the Georgia-Ole Miss game during the season, Ole Miss was actually leading that game going into the fourth quarter. It was a bad fourth quarter. It kind of got away from Ole Miss. But I think getting a touchdown in that game is attractive. And then the other one is the noon game, watching Texas Tech plus 2.5 against Oregon. To me, it's basically a 50-50 game. If you're going to play that one, play Texas Tech on the money line, and you'll get extra value doing it. I think there's value. Remember, Texas Tech has 12 games where they won by 20 or more points. So they blow out teams too. So I can't wait to watch that one. It's a 50-50 one. I think the extra value on that one is pretty good. And guys, I was kind of looking at some hypotheticals. I hate to look ahead, assuming Ohio State wins this game, but looking at spreads for the semifinals, I want you guys to kind of take a little guess what you think the spread of Ohio State, Georgia, and Ohio State, Ole Miss would be.
I've already seen this. It's like Ohio State 4.5, right? Over Georgia?
It's 5.5 over Georgia.
Okay. I saw it at 4.5. And then Ole Miss, it'd be Ohio State like 8.5 or something like that. Yeah.
Yep. Ohio State 9.5 over Ole Miss. The other thing that I like to do is go back and look at Ohio State's run through the playoffs last year, what the spreads were in all 4 games. It's kind of fun to look back on different playoff games and what Ohio State was favored by. So against Tennessee
touchdown
in the first round game, it was 7 points. Yep, you and I were talking about that earlier. That was a touchdown spread for Ohio State. In the Rose Bowl, Ohio State was a 2.5-point favorite over Oregon last year. 4.5 in the Cotton Bowl in the semis against Texas, and then 8 against Notre Dame. So those are your playoff spreads from last year. Ohio State obviously covered all 4, and other than Texas, they covered all 4 very easily.
So I think we all believe that they win the Indiana game if they could run the ball effectively, especially in short yardage situations, which they didn't against Indiana. And then it kind of flustered them, and it forced them into a conservative feel at the end of that game where they left it up to a kicker. Now, it was a 27-yarder. He's got to make that. But I'm just getting your thought on whether you think Ohio State, is there any play here if I want to play the over-under? What if I play the team settle in the first half and I play the under 20.5 in the first half?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Anthony, to be honest with you, I love the under throughout the game. Like, I know it's down to 40.5, and you look at it and you're like, oh my gosh, 40.5 is such a low total. But we're talking about Ohio State, who's number 1 in yards allowed defensively, and you're talking about Miami, who's also great defensively. They're actually number 7 in the country in yards allowed. So I just expect this one to be relatively low scoring. I mean, I've got it 24-10, which again is a total of 34 points. I just believe, guys, that the way to play this is the teaser. Move that 6 points. Move that line, which is 7.5, down to 1.5. And I know you talked about, oh my gosh, what if it lands on 1? If it lands on 1, Anthony, you and I are taking our big bowl of nachos that we're going to get at the casino, and we're going to throw it at the big screen. That's what's going to happen if they win by 1.
Throw it at Justin.
You don't have to look too far, because last weekend the Eagles beat the Bills 13-12, and the Bills went for 2. And if they get it, they would have won 14-13. And I think a lot of people laid the 1.5 with Buffalo. So if they would have scored, that would have come back to haunt them based on not betting the money line. But I'm with you. It's rare that it would come down to that.
What's the weirdest thing that you think can happen as far as this game? Do you think, obviously, what would surprise you more? Miami winning the game or Ohio State blowing out Miami? For me, the bigger surprise would be if Miami pulled off the upset. I think there's a higher likelihood that Ohio State wins this game by 17 or more.
I agree. If you're talking, I was going to say, what do you consider? Are we talking 59-0, like 2014 Big Ten championship game? Are we talking like 17? I agree with you. I'll give my prediction later. I agree. I think there's a better chance Ohio State blows them out, especially if we're considering 17, 20 points a blowout than Miami wins. But we're about to find out.
Because think about this, guys. So we're talking about value and all this stuff. And Ohio State had a bunch of playoff blowout wins last year, right? The Rose Bowl, that Tennessee game. It might not be crazy to start thinking alternate line where you get additional money on Ohio State. And what I mean by that is you can move the line. It's 7.5. You could move it to Ohio State minus 9.5. Maybe you move it, and it's called a ladder bet, and you move it up to Ohio State minus 13.5. If you expect them to pull off a big win, you can get some serious value doing that.
Good job, my friend. I'll see you soon at the casino, baby.
I can't wait. Let's go.
Thanks. That's Scotty Vegas. By the way, a lot of people already have it locked in at 9.5. They should have waited.
Yes.
But who knows? Maybe they'll win anyway. And by the way, he mentioned like what would be more shocking. If Miami wins the game, they're plus 260, which implies about a less than 30% chance to win the game. But they're plus 260. So for people who aren't in the gambling lingo, that's you bet $100 on the game, you'd profit 260 off that 100, and they'd give you 360 back. But I that would be shocking based on the fact that their offense just hasn't done much lately. Beck putting up a lot of points tonight would be the biggest shock for me.
Yeah, I went into the Indiana game saying, I flat out said this on the station, like, I think we did the show, it was during the tailgate show, Anthony. I said, listen, if Indiana wins this game, it's not going to surprise me all that much. I thought I picked Ohio State to win.
It maybe did.
Yeah, I mean, but I remember saying just because of everything, I was like, it won't be a shock if Indiana wins this game. I will be very surprised if Miami wins.
All right, we'll get back to the keys to the game tonight. Next, it's the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Fan Tailgate Show right here on The Fan.
We're the highest rated sports radio station in America. There's no joke there. We just are. The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
Toyota-thon is on. Wrap up the year with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get $3,000 customer cash on remaining new 25 Tundras. Or get 0.99 APR financing plus $1,000 TFS APR cash. With approved credit through TFS, excludes TRD Pro. APR cash must be applied to deal. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Taking out the trash. Hey, Columbus, this is Zach Bourne.
And Jacoby Bourne.
When it comes to waste service, you want a team that knows how to deliver under pressure, just like Saturdays in the fall.
At Bourne Brothers Waste Services, our team is built on toughness, teamwork, and consistent execution.
We're the most reliable and customer service-focused waste company in Central Ohio.
Whether it is recycling, trash, construction waste, roll-off containers, front loads, or compactors, we have it handled.
Call now or visit BourneBrothers.com and let us tackle your waste needs. Taking out the trash.
At Kemba Financial Credit Union, we care about you. Consumers like you say they don't want monthly fees for checking, and we listen. Introducing hassle-free checking with no monthly service fee. Use it as an easy place to deposit and transfer your money, along with your everyday banking needs. Plus, Kemba's expansive digital banking services make it easy for you to bank how you want. At Kemba, we're always thinking of ways to put you and your finances first. Visit Kemba.org, federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
Hey Columbus, it's Lorenzo Stiles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. Football runs deep in my family. My dad played here, and now my brother and I are proud to carry on that tradition. At Monogram Homes, family matters too. They treat every homeowner like one of their own, building with care, precision, and pride. Monogram doesn't just build houses, they build homes, crafted just for you. So whether you're starting your first home or designing your dream space, Monogram Homes has got your back every step of the way. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
In Columbus, how you roll up on game day matters. And with Polestar are redefining the driving experience. The Polestar 3 isn't just an electric SUV. It's an SUV that drives like a sports car. Precise, powerful, silent enough to hear the crowd before you see the stadium. Drive it today at Polestar Columbus or visit polestarcolumbus.com for a test drive and to learn about our competitive lease offers.
People don't realize that glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness.
Because there are often no early symptoms, nearly half of those with glaucoma may not even know they have it until vision loss has occurred.
I was diagnosed with normal tension glaucoma in July of 2020. And what we found out at that point was I had already lost 40% of my sight. And you think it only affects people that are, 75 or older, retired, grandparents, and that's not the reality of it.
I didn't think at all glaucoma was going to affect me because I didn't know of anyone that had glaucoma, no one in my family. When you have glaucoma, you can't get back that sight that you lost. And so early detection and treatment is vitally, vitally important.
Don't miss life's most beautiful moments. Schedule an eye exam today.
National Glaucoma Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Learn how to protect your sight at stopglaucoma.org.
Wildlife around the globe needs help. And when you help protect them, you become a friend of the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance.
Thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Thank you for helping protect wildlife around the globe. Without you, there's no them. Learn more at sdzwa.org/friend.
All your favorite and least favorite fan shows are available wherever you get your podcasts. Just type in 971 The Fan to the search bar and hit that subscribe button. It's free.
We're the land of the free and the home of the sunburnt, freckled fat guy.
Join now. The This is the Fans Game Day Scoreboard.
This game day update is sponsored by Mutual Federal, proudly serving Columbus with personal and business solutions at mutualfederal.com.
Happy New Year's Eve. I'm Jacob Reimer. It's almost time for the much-anticipated Cotton Bowl matchup between the second-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes and number 10 Miami. Kickoff tonight from Dallas is at 7:30. Paul and Jim get their coverage started on the Fan here at 6 o'clock. Elsewhere in college football today, number 23 Iowa beat 14th-ranked Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl 34-27. Other bowl games live right now in the fourth quarter of the Sun Bowl. Arizona State now leads Duke 39-35 after once trailing by 11. Number 18 Michigan is up on number 13 Texas in the third quarter of the Citrus Bowl 20-17. And Nebraska trails 15th-ranked Utah in the Las Vegas Bowl 24-14 just starting the third quarter. Breaking sports news when it happens on the Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
It's game day, Buckeye fans. You're listening to the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis & Associates and Mountain Dew.
Your home of the Buckeyes, the Fan. It's time for the keys to the game.
Sponsored by your Central Ohio Toyota dealers. Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, thrilled you guys are spending some of your New Year's Eve with us as we help you get ready for Ohio State and Miami. Anthony Rothman, the former national champ, Joshua Perry, our friend Dave Biddle, TLC at the controls, and Rhyme Time on the update desk. So we're having a good time getting you guys ready. And before we get into the keys of the game, because I think the big key, and I think this is just staring everybody in the face, is how Ohio State's offensive line is going to handle Miami's defensive front. Like it seems to me like that is the game within the game. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I want to get Joshua's opinion on this. Because Carson Beck, and I think that Paul Keels brought this up about the experience that Carson Beck has. 35-5 as a starter. That's not anything to laugh at. First year at Miami. And his numbers are not horrible this year. I know we'll get to the picks in a minute. 74% completion percentage. Like, that's up there, right? We know where Julian is. And Carson Beck has 10 picks. But 4 of those came in the Louisville game. Mm-hmm. 4 of those came in one game. He's only had 1 pick in his last 5 games. So he is trending in the right direction. Now, in a windy game at A&M, he didn't have to light it up. Short throws, keep him quick, loves to stay in rhythm. He's not a broken play quarterback. He's not a playground guy. Neither is Julian, really, but right. Julian can obviously throw on the run. He can't really run, but he can buy time. I'm talking about Beck. But I noticed, Joshua, they like to set up in the pistol. And I want to ask you as a defensive player, like, is that to keep the defense honest, to not know which way to lean? What is the challenge of playing against an offense where they are setting up in the pistol?
Yeah, it's definitely to try to take indicators away from a defense. So we would see offenses come out and spread sets, and then you would see which side the running back was offset to. And in past situations, that's where we knew how they were trying to pass pro. So we knew how we wanted to blitz based off of where the back was. So that's one thing. In the run game, the runs typically go opposite of where the back is at. The back usually crosses the quarterback at some point to get the ball. So it gives you an indication of where the runs might go. And the other thing that Miami does is they will tuck their quarterback back behind the center and then motion him real quick before they snap it, because a lot of defenses will predicate what they're doing based off of where the tight end is set as well. They'll set their front toward the tight end. They'll slant toward the tight end, whatever the case is. So they do a lot of things offensively to try to make sure that the defense can't get tips pre-snap.
Good stuff there. Dave, do you have a key to the game other than the one I mentioned, which is I think is the big one for all of us, which is Ohio State's O-line against Miami's D-line?
Yeah, that's the number one for me. And, you can go with play clean, no turn. Mm-hmm. If Ohio State doesn't turn the ball over, they're going to win this game. The other thing I would point to is pressuring Carson Beck, as you guys have mentioned, as has been alluded to. Every quarterback is better with a clean pocket, right? Every quarterback is not as good when they're getting pressured. But, guys, it seems like Carson Beck takes it to the extreme. Like, he's really good with a clean pocket. He's almost anemic when he gets pressured. Like, it's a crazy split. So, and again, despite all of the chirping out there that Miami's offensive line has the advantage, I think it's the exact opposite. I think Ohio State's defensive line has the advantage. So, yeah, other than Ohio State's offensive line, I would say the key and turnovers, I would say the key is getting pressure on Carson Beck.
Yeah. Ruben Bain, the big 6'3", 270-pounder for them, and Akeem Mesidor, he's a 6th-year guy. The two of them combined for 18 pressures against Marcel Reed. Mm-hmm. 18. Like, they were after it. Now, if they do even in the teens against Ohio State. It could be even a tough night for Julian. Keontae Scott is a DB for them who missed the final 3 games of the regular season. He came back. He's the leader in their secondary. He's a great blitzer. Like, they will send him. Are you anticipating, I'll ask Joshua this both ways. Are you anticipating that the Ohio State defense, like Dave says, will dial up more pressure against Beck tonight than maybe some people anticipate? Because I know they like to do the pre-snap picture and then maybe bail out a little bit. Where are you on that, on taking risks against Beck, sending a lot more? And then on the other side, how much do you think that Miami can get pressure without blitzing?
Yeah, so I think if I'm Ohio State, I'm trying to hit Carson Beck early in the game. Right, more so than blitzing all game long. I want to get in his head as early as possible because that's what's going to set off kind of the alarms for him. Maybe it's going to rush his footwork a little bit. Now, all of a sudden, he might be the guy who throws the football to you rather than the quarterback we've seen the last few weeks. Now, in terms of Miami, I think that just looking at the personnel that they have, they certainly could get pressure with just 4. But I think Ohio State has had the time to figure out what their answers are going to be to a 4-man rush. You're probably not going to put the running back out in the route. We've seen where this team will keep tight ends into Max Pruitt and try to take shots downfield. So I think all of those things are available. But ultimately, I think that the answers for Ohio State have come with time. And if Miami doesn't think that they have to blitz at all, it's probably not the greatest game plan for them defensively.
The freshman wide receiver Malachi Toney, ACC Rookie of the Year. They'll let him run the Wildcat, the Mally Cat they call it.
He's a skinny dude.
And they'll let him option throw it. I will tell you, when I was watching the game last week, they did option for him to throw it, and it looked like it was supposed to be a throw back to the quarterback.
Wide open.
Wide open, and he decided to go down the field. Dave, prediction tonight. Option pass for Malachi Toney. How much should Ohio State be ready for that, and will it happen?
I think there's a good chance. If Scotty Vegas was putting the odds at 0.5, I would take the over. I wouldn't bet a lot on it, but yeah. And I'm also concerned about him as a punt returner. He's an electric punt returner because in my opinion, I mentioned turnovers earlier. Miami's path to victory is very slim in my opinion. But if they get a special teams touchdown, if they get a defensive touchdown, if they win the turnover battle, that's their path to victory. So, yeah, you got to keep close tabs on Toney, obviously, on offense. I'm also concerned about him as a punt returner. And, guys, I feel like Arvell Reese, we talked a lot about Arvell Reese all season, and we have not been talking about Arvell Reese lately. I think Arvell Reese is going to break out tonight and show why a lot of people believe he's going to be the top non-quarterback taken in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, this is an Arvell Reese game, though, and Rothman, we were talking about this beforehand, but the game plan for Miami was a lot of East and West against Texas A&M. Arvell can run, right? Like that, you're not running away from him doing that. So if that's what they want to do, it makes sense. But I mentioned it when you were talking about Malachi Toney. He's a little dude, right? And like I'm watching the tape of him, and you hit him, he falls backwards, right? Like I think one of the advantages for Ohio State is from a physical standpoint, they match up with anybody. Like guys can run and are as big as anybody out there. And I think this is one of those where you've got to impose your will physically early on.
Real quick, I want to mention, we mentioned this earlier in the show. I believe Paul brought it up. I mean, I don't remember. I've seen a lot of good linebackers at Ohio State, a lot of good linebackers. I don't remember ever a linebacker going through the entire season with 0 missed tackles. Shout out to Sonny Styles. Yeah. Shout out. That is hard as heck to do through 13 games.
It's going to be a big deal.
He
with
barely
the time off, too.
So,
on the
way to go, Sonny. I feel like that's something people don't talk about enough.
You know what's weird, though, and on the other side, because I'll give him something, I don't think Malachi Toney's dropped a pass this year.
Really?
Did you guys hear about this?
No.
Like 109, like he's been targeted like 109 times.
So he's going to drop a pass early, and then Sonny's going to miss a tackle too.
Yeah, there we go.
Although I'll tell you who misses tackles: the Miami defense.
Yeah,
they missed umpteen tackles against A&M.
They
didn't kill them, but they missed a lot. Keys to the Game, sponsored by your Central Ohio Toyota dealers. Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. When we come back, we'll do a final check-in with Paul Keels down in Dallas. As I was about to name my daily show, but this is I called my Central Ohio Toyota dealers Fan Tailgate Show right here on the Fan.
There's nothing Bo Bishop can't do well, except find competent co-hosts. Bishop and Friends.
Weekdays from 9 to noon.
The Fan.
Country music's biggest selling superstar, Luke Combs, presents My Kind of Saturday Night Tour.
Sounds like my kind of Saturday night.
Luke Combs Live in concert in Columbus, playing at Ohio Stadium, Saturday, April 25th. With special guests, Dirks Bentley, Ty Myers, Jake Worthington, and Thelma and James. Get tickets now at lukecombs.com.
When safety matters most, trust the team that never cuts corners. F.E. Moran delivers comprehensive fire protection solutions across Ohio, protecting lives, property, and peace of mind. From fire sprinklers and alarms to backflow prevention, security systems, and fire extinguisher services, F.E. Moran's nationwide team of experts uses the latest technology to keep you compliant and protected. With decades of trusted experience in commercial, industrial, and special hazard protection, F.E. Moran doesn't just meet expectations, they exceed them. Visit femoran.com today to learn more. F.E. Moran, protecting what matters most.
They're trained. They're fired up.
Let's do it.
When you need heat, they can't be beat. They're Ohio State's undefeated heating and cooling team. For plumbing, drain, heating, and cooling, there's only one team. The Waterworks. Better care, better value, better results. Call the Waterworks at 614-232-2222 or visit them online at thewaterworks.com. A proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
You are a very important person. You show up, put in the work, and bring your best to each and every day. It isn't always glamorous or easy, but it's worth it because you're building a life for yourself and those you love. That means a lot, and so do you. When you open an account at Park National Bank, you get more than you might expect. Your own personal banker and the VIP treatment you deserve. Park National Bank, where you mean more. Member FDIC.
Our clients deserve for us to care, and they deserve to feel serviced. They have questions, and they deserve answers. We're counselors first because I'm not selling them anything. I'm trying to teach clients how to protect themselves. At Curtis & Associates, we're personal injury attorneys. We've helped and continue to help hundreds and hundreds of clients every year. That's important to us. If you've been injured in an accident and it's not your fault, call now. 614-GOT-HURT. That's 614-GOT-HURT. Curtis & Associates. Attorneys who care.
When you're building a single-family house, multi-unit house, townhouse, penthouse, row house, or tiny house, lean on green. Sunbelt Rentals. The Columbus builders who are building Columbus do. They know they can rent the right equipment at the right price right now, thanks to the largest rental fleet and most rental locations in Columbus. All powered by people for equipment know-how, support, transport, and training. So no matter what you've got going in or going up, lean on green. Sunbelt Rentals. Learn more at sunbeltrentals.com.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Back in the day, if you wanted to listen to the Fan, you turned on the radio, and that was the end of the story. But now, oh baby, stream us live on the Fan app, TuneIn app, iHeart app, we're everywhere. The Fan, Ohio's streaming destination.
The Fan Guest Hotline is sponsored by Patriot Air Comfort Systems and Bryant, doing whatever it takes to keep your home comfortable. The Fan.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you? You know what I'm saying?
You're listening to the Central Ohio Toyota Dealers Tailgate Show.
Visit Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And presented by Curtis & Associates and Mountain Dew.
Your home of the Buckeyes, the Fan.
All right, we're in the backstretch, and our guy Paul Keels, our final check-in, sponsored by Buyers Imports. Buyers Imports, Hamilton Road by the airport. Paul, what's coming up?
Well, Anthony, as always, we'll hear comments from both head coaches, Ryan Day from Ohio State and Miami's Mario Cristobal. We'll also hear from Ohio State defensive coordinator Matt Patricia about what they've done and what they need to do in this game. Tyler Danberg will talk with Ohio State starting center Carson Hinsman about the chore standing in front of the offensive line. Joe Zagacki, the play-by-play voice of the Miami Hurricanes, will talk about what has led Miami to this point of the season. We'll hear from Dennis Crawford from the College Football Hall of Fame about some of the thrills of seeing that facility down in Atlanta. And as always, we will have our award-winning, world-famous Merry New Year, Bluest Eyes in Texas. While you're down there in the red zone, score a touchdown. Tyler Danberg's Naked Chicken Wings version of Buckeye Flashback with Hall of Famer Skip Mossick. That's coming up shortly, guys.
Glad you added that chicken wings because I wasn't sure where that was going. Well done. Happy New Year, my friend, to you and your team.
Likewise,
Okay.
you guys too.
Yeah,
Thanks, Paul.
the Toyota Fan Tailgate Show presented by Mountain Dew. Nice little Merry New Year throw in there as well. Beef jerky time, Paul. So I got that one. Well done. All right, so let's go to Joshua first on this and see if you agree with the experts who do not expect a ton of points in this one, that the two defenses we're dealing with tonight are outstanding. And so points are hard to come by. However, Ohio State does have the big playability, and we talked about Malachi Toney and what they have, and Fletcher certainly had a lot of rushing yards. Are you in that same camp that this is a rock fight tonight?
It could be. I think it's probably the most likely path. The reality of the situation, though, is it's hard to get out of my head what I saw last year when Ohio State entered the playoffs. It just looked like a completely different offense. They were getting the ball to the playmakers. They were taking shots down the football field. And who's to say that they can't do it? I mean, like Miami, all respect to them, very good defense. We've watched Jeremiah cook just about everybody. And Carnell is really hard to guard as well. Max Clare, if you mix him in there, is going to be a mismatch. Because, and look at the Texas A&M game, Miami struggled with the tight ends in that game too. So for me, yes, likely points are going to be hard to come by unless Ohio State says we're just going to score all the points.
Dave, do they hit the big plays, Ohio State, in the second half mostly, first half? How do you see this playing out?
You know, if you're Ohio State, I think you need to come out attacking, so you hope it's the first half. I would guess it's the first half, Anthony, to answer your question. I'm not going to dodge the question like our good friend earlier in the show did. But seriously, I think Ohio State has to come out swinging. Do what they did against Tennessee. Do what they did against Oregon. Don't be reckless. I'm not saying be reckless. That first pass of the game to G. Scott Jr. in the Rose Bowl.
A little bit reckless. Just a little
maybe
reckless.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Get a little bit reckless. Don't do anything crazy. And yeah, I mean, and listen, I think Bo Jackson's going to have a big game tonight. But I do think Ohio State's biggest advantage, they've got arguably the two best wide receivers in the country, at the very least two of the best. Miami is down one of their starting defensive backs. Miami's front seven is excellent. Their secondary is good. I would attack deep. You have to be balanced to a certain extent, but I do think Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Smith, and don't forget about Brandon Ennis and Max Clare. I think I would be very aggressive in the passing game if I was Ohio State.
Well, you're now officially in one-and-done season, right? I mean, the urgency goes up. The regrets certainly go up. You don't want to have any of those. And what I watched, and I'm glad Joshua brought up last year, you know, I know this isn't the same opponent, and the game's not here, although we do anticipate that place is going to look very scarlet and gray tonight. And so I just feel like once you get to the potential last game of your season, you want to go into it with a different frame of mind of we're not leaving anything on the table tonight. Now, I know that's easy to say, and it's tougher to do in the beginning of a game because what happened at Michigan was real. That's a rivalry game. They came out throwing. I give them credit for it, but it bit them. Now, it didn't bite them because their defense bowed up. And so there are two schools of thought. You're aggressive because you can be, because if it doesn't work, you have the best defense in the country to lean on, so you can take more chances. And that's why I was surprised they didn't go for the 4th and 1 against Indiana late in the game, and they decided to try the field goal that bit them. So I'm very curious about that. And I do think the game being indoors, there's no weather to worry about. Now, same thing against Indiana. That's a dome game, too. And my read was so off on that because I thought there'd be points in that game.
But like you said, this is a do-or-die game, and that one wasn't, you know. And I feel like Ohio State, for lack of a better term, has been kind of waiting for this moment, kind of we're kind of slow playing it. This is why they were, methodical with their offense this year. They basically saved an entire game of snaps because of how methodical they were. And it feels like they were just waiting for the playoff. Now, that's easy to say right now. We'll see if that's the case.
Right.
If they come out like they did last year in the playoff, again, if they get an early lead, Miami's going to be like, oh, boy, we got this Ohio State. We thought we were getting the Indiana Ohio State. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Ohio State just comes out, just guns a-blazing, goes fast tempo. They have not used tempo much this year. I can't wait for this. I can't believe we're just an hour and a half away.
And I'll say this too, is this idea of, what was it, 15 or 16 games straight that they won? Well,
16, yeah.
They hadn't lost in a year. And I had been on those teams where we had won 24 straight games at one point. You think you invented the game of football. And I do think that these guys now having to sit with a loss for as long as they have and feeling that once again has given them this kind of urgency that you would need coming into a playoff scenario. They don't want to feel like that for a whole offseason. And so I think their mental edge is right there too, where it wasn't do or die in that last game, but they felt that nasty feeling they hadn't felt in a while, and they're trying to avoid that again.
It changes the mind for me. It does, when you know that this is it and everything that you're emptying the chamber, man. You're doing what it takes tonight. And the team is going to respond to their head coach, who's now calling the plays. So if he wants to instill some confidence right away that he believes that they can be anything they want to be tonight, he will call an aggressive game early.
And like Joshua said, like these guys were told nothing about how great they were. They win the national championship. Then they had a little chip on their shoulder going into the Texas game because Texas was the number one team in the country and Ohio State was 2 or 3 depending on who you talk to. So they had a little bit chip on their shoulder. Then they win that game. Then it's nothing about how great you are, how great you are, how great you are until you lose to Indiana. And when Ohio State's doubted, they always come out and play good, usually. I shouldn't say always, almost always. And I'm pretty confident Ohio State's going to take care of business.
Here's the funny last stat I'll throw at you guys. So by college football standards, this game could go by in a snap. So Miami averages 30 seconds per snap. That's 9th highest in the nation. Ohio State averages 31.7. That's 2nd highest. So neither team should expect more than 10 or 11 possessions. That's also why it's leaning under. Now, of those possessions, maybe you hit a couple big ones, and you get points. Pick sixes, we don't know. Who knows? But it's time for final predictions as we get ready for the New Year's Eve. The disco ball is out. Dave, what do you got?
I got 28-13 Ohio State. So for a while, I was a little bit over the total, or a little bit under, I'm sorry. Now I'm a little bit over because it was 42.5.
Joshua?
24-10 Ohio State. I think they win comfortably. Maybe not a ton of points, though.
So I have 27-13, which actually implies 2 field goals for Ohio State or 4 touchdowns and a missed extra point.
There you go.
So we're really Dave, great job, man. Happy New Year. Joshua, it's so good to have you back in studio,
Happy
buddy,
New
doing
Year,
the show
guys.
together.
This was fun.
CLC, you're a marathon man tonight. We appreciate you. Keep it locked right here. Buckeye football and the pregame coming up next, right here on The Fan.
Matty Ice is currently bathing himself in creamy jalapeno dip. And I've officially run out of ways to tease this show. Rothman and Ice.
Weekdays at noon.
The Fan.
Hi, Bob Capace from Worthington Jewelers. Coming up, more football talk on The Fan.
That's right, Bob. And just like our hometown team, Worthington Jewelers is all about tradition, family, and winning moments.
Celebrate your victories with us, your hometown jeweler, Worthington Jewelers.
Hey, Columbus. It's Lorenzo Stiles Jr., Ohio State student athlete. It's football season, and just like on the field, success starts with the right game plan and the right team. That's why I'm proud to team up with Monogram Homes. They're the true custom home builder, bringing precision, creativity, and attention to every detail, just like we do on Saturdays. If you're ready to build, don't settle for standard. Go custom. Go Monogram. Visit monogramhomes.net to start building today. Monogram Homes, a builder you can trust.
Taking out the trash. Hey, Columbus, this is Zach Bourne.
And Jacoby Bourne.
When it comes to waste service, you want a team that knows how to deliver under pressure, just like Saturdays in the fall.
At Bourne Brothers Waste Services, our team is built on toughness, teamwork, and consistent execution.
We're the most reliable and customer service-focused waste company in Central Ohio.
Whether it is recycling, trash, construction waste, roll-off containers, front loads, or compactors, we have it handled.
Call now or visit bournebrothers.com and let us tackle your waste needs.
Taking out the trash.
Toyotathon is on. Wrap up the year with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 4.75 APR financing on remaining new 25 Corollas and Corolla hybrids. Excludes GR and Corolla Cross. Or lease a gas-powered 26 Corolla LE for $199 a month for 39 months with $36.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hi, Bob Capace from Worthington Jewelers. Coming up, more football talk on The Fan.
That's right, Bob. And just like our hometown team, Worthington Jewelers is all about tradition, family, and winning moments.
Celebrate your victories with us, your hometown jeweler, Worthington Jewelers.
What does it mean to give 100%? It means giving everything you've got, every single day. That's why the V Foundation gives 100% of every dollar donated directly to cancer research. So no matter what you give, we give 100% for life-saving research victories, 100% to making new discoveries that lead to innovative treatments, 100% to groundbreaking cancer research that could one day save someone you love. We know cancer research is working. Over the last 30 years, an estimated 4.5 million lives have been saved thanks to game-changing research breakthroughs. But there is more work to do. That's why the V Foundation gives 100% of every dollar donated directly to cancer research. We will always give 100% to accelerate victory over cancer.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Donate today at v.org.
I always tell people I was the luckiest guy in the world. I wanted to be an Army man or a fireman, and I got to do both. As a firefighter, my job was about saving lives. I never thought one day I would be fighting for mine.
After spending his career answering the call to save others, Ken was diagnosed with ALS. Now he's facing his biggest battle, for more time. For 70 years, Muscular Dystrophy Association has been answering the call to help people live longer and more independent lives.
MDA means to me hope.
MDA is leading the way for people living with ALS, muscular dystrophy, and other neuromuscular diseases by accelerating research, advancing care, and advocating to empower families like Ken's.
I wouldn't be living as good of a life with ALS if it wasn't for MDA. MDA is helping people live stronger and love longer. Learn more at mda.org today.
Always and forever your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS FM HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.